Shabbat Shalom, everyone, and welcome to SteadyMoon.com. This is our Shabbat service for October the 2nd, 2021. And the current time is, we don't know. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you just missed the part where Kurt was trying to explain Central Time Zone to the rest of the world. We still don't know what time it is there. So welcome to SteadyMoon.com. This is our Shabbat service. We're going to be talking about something today, and we're doing this amongst family, and we're sitting around the kitchen table, and it's, somebody's going to spill some drinks. Some kids are going to talk up and get in the way, and you're going to miss something. And that's just the way it is. Your audio is going to go out, your video is going to go out, and we're not organized. We're not cut and dry. And that's why we're here, because we want to learn. We're here to learn. We're not here to be what's the word I'm looking for? Not here to be all created in one regimented form, because the body isn't regimented. It's all over the place. There are bulges and muscles, and sometimes the muscles turn to bulges that we don't know what they are. And if you just look in the mirror, you know what I'm talking about, because where I used to have a six-pack, now I got a keg. And where I used to have ripples on my chest, now I got boobs. And I'm talking about men. So stop right now before I get sidelined. We have a lot to talk about today.
Opening
and
prayer.
Who's doing opening prayer?
Paul Collier.
Paul, go ahead, sir.
Father, I thank you that you've shown us what we look like and what we did look like, and how you want to change it from the inside out. And I thank you for today, that people will receive something new from you that opens their hearts and minds to the way things are in your hands, being held together by you, by being maintained by you, for all things work together. No matter what we're doing, they will come out the way you want them, not the way we expect them, for our good. In the name of Yeshua, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Paul. So I have my notes again. They were written this morning at 6 a.m. They started last night about 11:30 after I'd gone to bed. I had to get out of bed and write them down, what I had then. Then this morning, as soon as I woke up, I had all these thoughts and I couldn't stop them. And before I get there, though, there's a backstory here that we need to talk about. And I've asked Wilson to help me through today. Oh. And Wilson then wrote me and told me he's not going to be much help. So I'm still asking Wilson to help me through today. And I'm asking all y'all. I'm asking Glenn. I'm asking Sarkis, if he's here. Is Sarkis here? I'm asking all of you. Even if you're not too vocal, I need help today. But at the same time, I'm very excited, because I've come to realize something really important, I think is important. So it's going to be messy today. It's going to be back and forth and repetitive, and I don't care. And it might even take a long time, which you guys don't care, because you're still talking here at 8, 9 o'clock at night. So it doesn't matter. So I'm asking y'all to pray, and I want, I'm looking at Janet. Janet, I want you, can you do me a favor? Somber, I need you to do me another favor. I need you to go and look up myrrh, the ointment. And I want you to get a good 5-10 minute definition on it. Janet, can you turn to Psalm 119 and verse 18 and read that for us all, please? Can you do that for me? You got to turn on your mic, Janet.
Okay. Psalms 119, starting at 118?
No, verse 18. 18.
Start at 8. Want me to go now?
Yep, please.
Okay. Psalms 119, starting at verse 18. How far?
Just that verse.
Okay. Open thou mine eyes, that I may behold wondrous things out of thy law.
That has got to be one of the most beautiful things. And I learned that from Nehemiah and Keith. But to use that as a prayer, and I want you all to do that today. Open my eyes that I may see the wondrous things from your law. And Janet, can you now turn to James 1:5? James 1:5. Make sure I got that right. Whenever you get there, Janet, go ahead and read it, please.
Faster. Oh, there we go. 1:5.
Yep.
All right. Here we go. If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, that giveth to all men liberally and upbraideth not, and it shall be given him.
Great. Thank you very much. I do my prayers at 9 and 12 and 3 or thereabouts. Not, sometimes it's a little bit later, sometimes in a minute, and it turns out that minute turns into be an hour. But I do that every day. And I try to do that every day. And sometimes I forget, but I try. But most of the time in all my prayers, I'm asking Jehovah to give me wisdom, to give me understanding. I don't get it. I can't figure this out. What does that mean? And that's pretty much my prayer life some days. And I get mad at myself because I'm not learning anything, or I'm not seeming to get what I'm learning. So that's been my prayer, and to open my eyes so I can see. Now, as you all know, I did not want to do this. I didn't want to do a Shabbat service. I didn't want to be a teacher. I kept trying to give this sabbatical and jubilee year understanding that I got to other people. And every time I tried to give it away, it blew up in my face. But that very first year, my very first time in Jerusalem, and I've said this story many times, I had learned that first year that, and at the very end of the tour, which really made me mad, because I wish I'd learned that at the beginning, so I could have spent more time figuring this out. But I learned that the temple was over top of the Gihon Spring. So I went to the Gihon Spring that next day, and it was, I think, well, it was the last day I'm talking about. And I stood there and I cried, because this was my once in a lifetime trip to Jerusalem, and I was never going to come back. I've now been back 18 times, and some of those times have been for free. It's been awesome. But I was never, at that time, I was never going to be able to come back to Jerusalem. And I told that was my second feast that year, because I didn't know which calendar to keep, so I kept both calendars that year. And in my first barley calendar feast, I was in Vermont, New Hampshire, not New Hampshire, it's right on the border there, but it was New Hampshire. And I kept the feast with a bunch of messianics, and a lot of things happened that I didn't understand, and I was still trying to learn. But Jehovah heard my prayer at that time, and he granted me another opportunity to repeat this teaching, which I totally blew the first time I presented it. And then I went to Israel and I presented the teaching there to the group there, Don Esposito's group, a couple times, and a number of different people. And but I was even trying to give it away then. So on my last day there, I'm staying at the Gihon Spring. And I said to Jehovah that I would do this. I would teach this. And I don't know why I said it. I don't remember why I said it. But I said that all I wanted to do was teach. I didn't teach the truth. I didn't want to be teaching a lie. Because if I'm going to teach a lie, then I'm no better than all these other pastors out there, evangelicals, ministers, and I do not want to do that. If you will only help me to teach the truth, then I'll do this. And then later that day, that was 5 a.m, and there's a whole other story that goes with it. And then later that day, we got on the bus at 8 o'clock. We go out to the Valley of Elah, and he tells us a story of King David and Goliath and yada, yada, yada. And it's really cool because we're reading the story. We're standing in the river. We can see the armies on both sides. We see the mountains where they're all stationed. And Don asked us, who's going to stand in the gap? The fort, Kayafa, this fortress on top of the hill, the city of two gates, Kayafa, I think it is pronounced. Who's going to stand in the wall? Who's going to stand in the gap of the wall? The gap of the wall is where the wall is broken down. So all this city of Kayafa here, the walls are all broken down, but it's got two gates. And I know for sure King David walked in and out of at least one of those gates, because there's only two. So I walked in both of them just to make sure I got the right one. But when he asked who's going to stand in the gap, I heard a voice say, I will. I'll stand in the gap. I had no clue what I was saying. I was just answering his call. It was a really good sermon that he gave that day. I was involved in what he was saying. I was listening. All my sensors were at attention because I could see everything happening as he read the story. I will stand in the gap. I had no idea what I was volunteering for. If I knew then what I now know, no, I'd probably say it again. But it hasn't been fun, and it hasn't been easy, and it has been fun, and it has been thrilling all at the same time. And I'm saying that because this past month has been hell. It's been awful. And a lot of things have happened. And I've done some things, and I'm not proud of those things. So I want to, first of all, I want to thank Stuart Wilson and Randy. I also want to thank John and Fran. And I want to thank Simeon and Kimmy. And who I forgot somebody already. Ken Kindred, I'm sorry. And Sally, who I'm not yet talked to, but I hope to. Because these are the people I've hurt in the last little while. And because I got mad and blew a gasket. And I want you all to know that through this mess that we've gone through, this understanding I've come to has come out of it. So I hope that that justifies my stupidity. And I apologize, but it's happened. None of us knows what's going on in each other's lives, the ups and downs, the moments, or the heartbreak moments, or the exciting moments. We just don't know. And when we step into that minefield, we don't know when we're going to step on a mine. Or sometimes we do, and we just jump on it. So this has been my month. Now, there's been people who have left, and that's awesome. And if they want you to come and join them, go and join them. Don't feel obligated. You do not have to stay here. We've had many people leave Sighted Moon over the years. Sadly, some of them have left in anger and started their own ministry or whatever they want to call it. And great, because that's what we want you to do. We want you all to leave. We want you to go and start your own ministry. That's what we've been encouraging you to do. So you don't have to get mad and leave in a huff. But when you start your own ministry, I hope you remember that you learned things here and you'll speak nice about us a little bit. So again, I'm going to step in the minefield today. And I'm trying to figure out how to do this. So I'm just,
Well,
because
and you invited me to walk with you, so thanks, Joe.
it's better to have, at least somebody could maybe rescue one of us if one of us blows up here. So that's what I'm thinking. But, and I think, you know, I thank Wilson and I thank Glenn for being here and being big enough that I know that I can count on them to correct me or help me or whatever I need. And they'll be back here next week, waiting for more punishment. But I thank them for that. That's what I call a brother. Because you fight with your brother and you beat the snot out of him, or he beats the snot out of you, and you hate each other for a while. And then something comes along and all of a sudden you're best buddies again. And this walk is messy because all of us are going to learn at different stages. And the trouble is, he didn't just call me. He called all you guys too. What's he thinking? He called all you guys too. And he's working with you guys as well. He's working with all of us because he has a plan. So let's see. I'm just, let me see. I'm just,
Tell you,
So-
you got me nervous because boy, you're so timid about jumping into this, Joe.
well, I just don't want to jump right in because you're going to land on one right away. So I got to try and tiptoe, you know, you stick your toe in a little bit and you feel the sand, you move forward. And okay, so I know most of you here are American. And that's a problem. And what? Me? No, yeah, you are. You're a big problem. First of all, the world does not revolve around you. And Shabbat is the Bible. And yeah, I see you, Glenn. Yeah. And the Bible is not speaking specifically about you. And yet at the same time, it is. Okay, because I know you're Manasseh or Ephraim, whichever one you want to go to. But it's also talking about the British and the Australians and the Canadians. And there's nothing wrong with us Canadians. So, you know, I don't have any problems to worry about. But I have to. Okay, so Wilson, you wrote me back there something last night, and that was sort of one of the key things that came out. And so I'm going to start there.
Okay.
And I'm not critiquing you at all, but you helped me.
You know I can take it, brother, and that's why, you know.
No, I'm not doing that.
Okay.
So I want to ask the Americans, what is liberty? What is liberty? And that's it's a main thing for an American. Liberty, liberty. What is it? And anybody can, anyone can
Well,
chime in here.
Freedom.
Those-
It's freedom.
Michelle, freedom. Okay, good answer.
It's the right to self-determination. It is the ability to choose for yourself what is best for you and your family without the government breathing down your neck and telling you how to live your life.
And that's the patriotic American point of view. And I thank you, Wilson, for that.
That's
And
the only view I got, baby.
And I see others are nodding their head. Anyone else got what is freedom? What does freedom mean to you? Sarkis. And yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, if you put up your hand, I'll come to you in a minute. You can do that. And the hand, where's the hand thing? Over here in the reactions. If you put your mouse on the bottom of your screen there, it says reactions, click on it. Sarkis, go ahead.
I agree with them. They're the zealots.
The American zealots? Okay.
No, they are the zealots of the time of the Messiah, because you have to remember one thing. We consider Rome today is the government. And if we don't look from that perspective, we are putting ourselves in the place of the zealots. And therefore, instead of focusing on the kingdom of Jehovah, we're focusing on our own kingdom. which is the freedom.
Okay, so now hang
So
on.
now I am stepping on toes.
No, don't, because Sarkis, you're stealing my thunder.
I apologize.
No,
But,
don't apologize. That's good.
yeah,
Can you
so
just,
we are
can
the
you,
zealots here.
no, repeat your explanation again.
Okay. At the time of the Messiah, there were zealots who were fighting Rome for their independence, for their own freedom to do whatever they want. But we are doing the same thing today, fighting the government, fighting the system. And I don't mean we're rebels, or, but what it means that we are focusing on our own kingdom instead on the kingdom of Jehovah. And
That's what I wanted you to say.
yeah, it takes energy. You have to find out where you're spending that energy and resources to do God's and Jehovah's work.
That's where many are misguided in not using God as their basis for their freedom.
Okay, just
You need
hold
that.
on, Glenn, for a second, because I want to remember what Sarkis said, because I want to emphasize that. It's the focusing on fighting the government, or focusing, Sarkis, and focusing on ourselves and not God's work. Have I got that right, Sarkis?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank
And
you.
then,
Okay.
and here's the thing. Let me second it with another one.
No, because I'm
When-
trying not to forget it. That's perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
It's about, you see the highlight of it when they were questioning Yeshua at the temple. Should we pay tax to Caesar or not? And what Yeshua said, show me the coin. And what he said, whose image is on the coin?
Yeah.
Give to Caesar what is Caesar. Give to Jehovah God what is God's. And that's what we're missing. We're focusing on ourselves and trying to deal with the system instead of turning back. And that's part of Teshuvah.
Okay, stop right there. You're perfect. You're perfect. Don't say anymore. I don't want you to screw it up. Okay, Glenn, I've cut you off.
Sure, no
Sorry.
problem.
Go ahead.
I guess I have a little bit different perspective. I'm an adult, and my head is God, and I don't need anything else. I can make my decisions. I don't need a government to mess it up. And if you go and have an authority that's other than God, you have no connection to God. And a lot of people are misguided here in America with thinking that the government is there to serve us, and they are not. They're serving themselves. And this is what's coming. It's going to get worse. And like Sarkis says, it is Rome. It's Babylonian beast system all over the whole world. And
Okay,
it's going to get a lot worse.
Let's not get too far down this other road yet until, I get my point out here that I'm trying
So
to get.
just one more quick thing is, if you guys don't understand the difference between liberty and freedom, liberty is what you get when you're on leave from the services. It's a temporary situation, and it is given by government, whereas freedom comes from God. That's it.
Okay, no, that's perfect. And I want you all to remember that, write down what Glenn just said, and because we're going to refute that and agree with it at the same or different times. So Paul Collier is not an American. He's an Aussie. What is freedom, or what is liberty, Paul?
Liberty is selfishness to start with, because without the law of Jehovah, you're not free. You don't have liberty if you do not have the law of Jehovah. Jehovah gives you liberty. If you look at the, I think it's the Corinthians, I think it is, it talks about love. There are 7 or 9 attributes of Jehovah. There is no law against them, but yet anything else there is a law against. Without the law, we cannot do, yet with those 7 or 9 liberties that we have in there, we can do them and be blessing other people with those qualities that are in there. But as soon as we step outside of them and be selfish, we come back under the law. The law is our guide to our liberty. In Yehovah.
Okay, yep, okay, good. That's a down under view, and I like that one. Rebecca,
The truth will set you free. It is written.
okay, now, that's just some old Christian thing that doesn't mean anything. What are you just saying?
The truth gives me freedom. And then Yeshua says, I am the truth.
Okay, so
So
right now,
freedom-
Rebecca, look at my eyes, Rebecca. Can you see me?
Yep.
Open up your screen so I'm big. Look at me.
Yep.
The truth will set me free. Did you see that?
You are interrupting me.
Okay, go.
So freedom is in the truth. And Yeshua said, I am the truth. So freedom, where I am today, I have the choice to choose between Yehovah and his commandments or not. So that's the freedom. Freedom is in him, in his commandments. And it's 10 commandments that constitute the governance of the kingdom of Yehovah. So,
Okay,
so that's the freedom to choose him and his commandments and follow him as much as I can. And this world right now, it's a boot camp. It has its own design from Yehovah, and it was meant to be here, and it was meant to be here temporary, and it is.
okay,
So I'm looking beyond this to the freedom in Yehovah's governance. Okay.
okay. And I'm just having fun with you, Rebecca. You know that, I hope. Yolanda, go ahead.
The idea of what they're saying is absolutely correct. But as an American, we do not understand that, because freedom is the freedom to live without being lied to. Freedom to love someone and know there's going to be no adultery. Freedom is absolutely following the laws, all 10, because without the Torah, without those commandments, you have no freedom. Freedom only comes from following the Torah. When you follow the Torah, you have absolute freedom.
Okay. Thank you. And Yolanda, this is actually Hope, right?
Yes.
Okay. You get me confused sometimes here.
You did that on purpose.
Yeah. Sombra, and Sombra, I think, put something in the comments here that I thought was not bad. Self-determination is following after your own eyes, which leads you astray. Now, that's a Canadian perspective on freedom. We're talking about liberty. Liberty. Sombra.
Can I interject? Or I'm sorry, Summer's going to go. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I was going to defer to Stuart and then I'll speak.
I'm sorry, Stuart, then what? Stuart, Saskatchewan? Okay, go ahead. You're muted.
Thank you. If I may, I'd like to read 3 definitions. First one, for liberty, the state of being free within society from oppressive restrictions imposed by authority on one's way of life, behavior, or political views. That's one. The second, another one is the power or scope to act as one pleases. And then there's another one. Liberty is the ability to do as one pleases, or a right of immunity, or a right or immunity enjoyed by a prescription or by a grant. And the one thing that strikes me here is that absolute liberty is actually absolute lawlessness. And we talk in Torah often about that concept of law and lawlessness. And so we can check definitions of liberty and add additional pieces, like the first definition I read, the state of being free within society from oppressive restrictions. And so there may be some restrictions within the society that are considered not oppressive, but may be good for us. Jehovah has provided us with his law, which we believe is good for us. And so we don't have absolute liberty within Torah. If we wanted to have absolute liberty, that would be lawlessness. So I'm hoping this might help the discussion a little bit.
Okay. No, it's all good. Wilson, and again, I'm not trying to cut anybody short. I'm trying to get through y'all. Wilson, you got one more to say?
Yeah, I've got a lot.
Or hang on, sorry, Wilson, hang on. I am going to cut him short. Sabra, you said you wanted to go after Stuart. Were you going to piggyback that one?
Well, I'm just going to piggyback on the fact that my husband is my authority. He's my covering. And when I come in under his authority, I have absolute freedom to blossom as a woman, because I can do everything I want to do. He doesn't lord it over me. He doesn't tell me what to do, but underneath his covering, I can be fully everything that I was designed to be. And that's freedom. Freedom
Okay.
to be who I was designed to be. But when I disobey my husband, it causes strife. It causes arguments. I'm not free anymore. If I'm out from under his covering, if I'm doing something I shouldn't be doing, we're fighting, we're arguing. That's oppressive, because then I can't be what I was designed to be. And if I'm not under Jehovah's covering, if I'm sinning, that's not freedom, that's oppression.
Okay, thank you. Wilson, I'm going to let Ella go, and then I'm going to come to you. I think you got a long answer, and I may not want to hear it all. We'll see. But we are talking about liberty. I've asked the question about liberty. I haven't asked about freedom. I've asked about liberty. Ella.
Hopefully I can pull this off of what's churning within me. As Rebecca said, we'll know the truth will set us free. What will it set us free to?
Can I do the same thing to you?
No, okay. No, listen. But that freedom, that liberty we have, that is given to us as we understand Torah, as we obey the commandments, as we walk in that liberty, in that freedom, it only extends within our own life under him. It's not in the world. Tribulation is in the world. We have oppression in the world, in the government, in what is around us. We can't walk in the freedom of the commandments always in the world, in the government, and that's where oppression comes. So the only freedom that we're really going to have in this life is what we know within our own life that the Father has given us. Does that make any sense? Our freedom is in him. Our freedom is in him. Our liberty is in him, only in him. Government's not going to give us that. We don't have freedom in the world. We don't have.
Okay, thank you. Wilson, go ahead.
So
now hang on, Wilson, don't make a sermon out of this. Okay.
Hey,
I don't want you to read.
You open this can.
No, I don't want you to read the Declaration of Independence. And you also have insight as to where I'm trying to go. So, okay. No one else has that insight yet.
Yeah, I'm still confused, but okay. So I don't think there's any difference in freedom and liberty. They're interchangeable. From my viewpoint, okay, and in the United States of America, the government that we do have, our founders understood this came from God. This was not granted by man. The Constitution limits the government. It does not limit the people. There was nothing about limiting the people, and this is very misunderstood in our day and age, but the Constitution was putting limits upon the government of what they could do to the people. Now, going to the Torah, and these men were, none of them were perfect because they were like all of us. They were humans, but they were God-fearing men that wanted to have the freedom, the liberty, whichever you want to call it, to be able to worship God in the way they saw fit. Okay, and not have the government interfere in that. And that's why it's in our First Amendment, okay, and talking about the freedom to worship the way we want and whatnot. So going to scripture though. So where do we see this basis? How do I know that Yehovah wants us to have ultimate freedom? This was the whole point of the trees in the garden, for us to be able to choose and to choose life or death, and that's our choice. And he even respects us so much that he would let us make an eternally poor choice and to choose freedom and give us the freedom to make that choice. Now, I'm not going to say that, and I know as many look at us Americans that are standing up for our liberty and our freedom and not being coerced by the government to, take for example, right now, this is not a theoretical thing we're talking about. This is here and now. We're dealing with it.
What we are talking about today is very real.
Right.
Very real, but you may be thinking I'm going down a road that I'm not going to go down.
Okay. And I don't know. I honestly don't, but I will sum it up with this.
And just understand, ladies and gentlemen, I gave Wilson, I asked Wilson if he would help me today, and I gave him a cryptic message. So he doesn't really know what I'm talking about yet.
One of the verses in the Brit Hadashah in the first century writings, it says that he set us free. I believe it's in Hebrews. Someone can correct me. I know they'll pull it up quickly. He set us free. Why? Why did he set us free? He set us free for freedom's sake. He is all about freedom. He wants us to be able to choose him, choose the right path. Now, our freedoms do have limits within Torah of what we can do to someone else. And that's the same thing within our country. Your freedom ends where my nose begins, as the saying goes. Okay. And, and the same vice versa. You have your space, your life, and that's where other people's freedoms. And my freedom does not end where other people's fear begins. And this is where we're at right now on a large part of it. People have their own responsibility to take care of their own bodies and health choices. And this is the division happening in the country right now. And it's very real. I know people personally, I'm dealing with it now, that my job may be on the line if I don't do what the government says. And I'm telling you, this is not going to go down smoothly in the US. I can promise you that.
Okay.
We won't be like Australia. This will not look like Australia. Guaranteed.
Before we get too far down that road, let's bring it back. Okay, thank you. Sarkis, do you want to chime in there? And Sarkis is going to be the last one. Okay, I want to keep going here.
Okay. Wilson brought up good points, and others. I think when I look at liberty, it's about freedom from tyranny and bullying. That's what.
Sarkis, are you speaking as an American or as an Armenian?
Both.
Okay.
I experience both, so I have to.
That's why I'm asking, because you got a unique view.
Okay, so what happened during independence? We were trying to get off of a system that was bullying and was tyrannical. There's a difference in that than true freedom in Christ, true freedom in the Messiah. And because what is the fruit of the Holy Spirit, Ruach HaKodesh? It's love, joy, peace, kindness, gentleness, faithfulness, and meekness. There's no law. There's no law against it. And the point there is that's true freedom, to walk in the Spirit and not in the flesh. We are not part of this world. We are in the world for the sake of the kingdom. To bring and I look from that perspective that our focus has been what is good for us, not what is good for the kingdom. Because when we operate under the law of the Spirit, then we have freedom to be who we are, so we're walking with Him. But let me go back and say this: we are making a mistake focusing, just like Noah's time. Everybody was looking at what happened with Noah. It's the same thing happened around the time of Babylonian capturing and destroying Jerusalem and the temple. And if we don't connect it, we're missing out. And that is total disobedience to Jehovah. And the focus is on what do I want instead of what he wants. What is my purpose in life? What is my calling? Because we live in a system that is under the control of the enemy. We are not in the kingdom per se that is totally operated by the Messiah. If we don't recognize that, then we're missing out on our calling.
Okay. Okay, and I said Sarkis was last. Michelle stuck her hand up. Michelle is last. No more. Michelle, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to look at this in accordance to Leviticus 26, where God says, he speaks at Mount Sinai and he talks about the release of the 50th year in the Jubilee. And this is where he says he's going to liberate the land, the people, the money, because everything is his. You shall consecrate the 50th year, proclaim the release of the land to all its inhabitants. Shall be a jubilee to you. Each shall return his own property, and each shall return to his family. So I see this more like he says that everyone is a sojourner on earth, for everything is mine. So through his perfect law of liberty, he gives us and grants us mercy in that release.
Perfect. Michelle, perfect. And it's not Leviticus 26, it's Leviticus 25. And
Sorry, I meant 25.
Yep. Randy, can you put that up on the screen there now, please?
Joe, I forgot to add one thing.
Yeah, what?
And that is the two trees in the garden were representing the Torah, basically saying, if you keep my Torah, you have life. If you don't, you have death.
That's right.
And so Torah was given way before Mount Sinai.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay.
So,
yep. Okay. So Leviticus 25. My question is, what is liberty? 25 verse 10. And ye shall hallow the 50th, hallow, I always say that wrong. Hallow. Sanctify the 50th year, proclaim liberty. Okay, so you're supposed to proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. It shall be a jubilee unto you, and you shall return every man to his possession, and you shall return every man to his family. Verse 11, a jubilee shall that 50th year be unto you. You shall not sow, neither reap that which groweth of itself in it, nor gather the grapes in it of thy vine undressed. For as a jubilee, it shall be holy unto you. You shall eat the increase thereof of the field. Okay, awesome. There's your answer. That's the correct answer.
Liberty is a release, a period of release. It's not freedom. It's a period.
Hang on, Glenn. Hang on. Go back here, Randy. We're not even started. Okay. Okay, Randy, go to the Strong's, the King James Plus there. Okay. Where did it go? 10, 50th, Jubilee, Liberty, 1865. Scroll on that. From an unused root, meaning to move rapidly. What? Move rapidly. What's that? Freedom. Freedom. So there's, you guys are all commenting about freedom. There it is there. This word liberty means this word freedom, hence spontaneity of outflow. And so clear. Liberty, pure, sombra, I asked you to do me a little research. Can you read what you found, please? You're muted.
I'm going to read it and not show it because
I've asked you to tell me what is myrrh
yeah.
and give me, see if you can find a good definition,
Okay.
because I didn't have
Can we-
time to look it up.
Can we get rid of the screen for a second?
Yeah, okay, hang on to that. We're gonna come back to that in a minute.
Yeah. Okay, so I have a little bottle of myrrh. And if I open it up,
How does it smell?
it's like woody, heavy, thick, smoky. Okay, if you can
Nice,
see,
nice. Pleasant.
not personally, no.
No, you don't like it? Oh, man, I love it.
But if you look at there's powder at the edge. When it first comes, it's a nice thin oil, but then when it's exposed to the air, gets thick and sticky. Okay, come on. See how it's thick? Oops. It's
Yeah.
thick and sticky and it makes a powder. So you asked for me to share what it says, and I'm just going to share what it says and not go to the website because there's pictures that nobody wants to see. So powerful there are the effects of myrrh. The ancient Egyptians relied on this particular plant for the process of mummification and embalming. Myrrh is bitter tasting sap, oozes in tear-like drops whenever the tree bark is cut. Myrrh stimulates blood circulation to mucosal tissues, notably in the tonsils, throat, bronchial tracts, and gums. It is an antioxidant and anti-inflammatory and disinfectant, and it is perfect for debilitating or swollen tissue. There is many names of it. There's Abyssinian myrrh, African myrrh, Amyris kafta, Arabian myrrh, Baal, balsamodendron, commiphora.
I think we're good. Can you go
Yeah.
back and read the part about the benefits of it again? Just read those again, because that's where I'd like to focus on.
Okay, so I've got 16 benefits. Cleansing. Myrrh can enhance the function of
No,
white-
hang on. No, I don't want you to read that list. Go back and say what you just said about the mucous membranes and the lungs and
Okay.
read that part.
Myrrh stimulates blood circulation to mucosal tissue, notably in the tonsils, throat, bronchial tracts, and gums. It is an antioxidant and anti-inflammatory and disinfectant, making it perfect for debilitating or swollen tissue.
Perfect. Thank you. Now, Kurt, you had your hand up. Did you want to say something? And then Randy, I'm going to go get that slide back up here again.
Yeah, briefly, I wasn't sure where Somber was going. I went into Klein's and I looked up the word for liberty. And in that, I found the word myrrh is involved. But,
Hold on. Good. Yes,
but
you're getting
not-
ahead of me.
yeah, I'm not going to try to go too far ahead here. The first definition is freedom, liberty, release from servitude. I think that's probably the key right there. Release from servitude.
No, kind of, yeah, maybe, no, yeah, we'll see.
That's all I got.
Good, no, thank you. I want to go back here, throw that screen back up there, Randy, please.
You may want to look up legal or lawful definitions too, because they are separate meanings.
No, I don't want to go
Well-
there. I'm trying to show you something here. And Kurt just showed you or said to you, Kurt, where did you get the myrrh from? Because I just had Somber read about myrrh for a reason. Where did you get it from, Kurt? Because I'm looking at the definition here for an unused root, meaning to move rapidly. I don't get that part. Freedom, hence spontaneity of outflow and so clear liberty, pure. There's nothing there about mure. Where am I coming from here?
Well, I'm not sure where your stuff is, but on my page, inclines. So the first definition is the one I just read you. The second definition is also a modern noun, sparrow. So that's kind of interesting. Think of a sparrow. They're kind of free. The second definition, or third definition, modern noun, occurring only in the term myrrh, de roar, fine flowing myrrh, from the base of dar, appearing also in Arabic, dara. It flew abundantly, streamed, said, especially of milk, tears, and rain. It ran swiftly, said of a horse. CP, what's CP? The rear, swift animal. It's alluding to what Sombert said about how they get it out of the tree, flowing out of the tree.
Okay, yeah.
That's what that's about.
Okay.
And then the last definition is freed, released. And then further ones talk about freedom. Free.
Okay.
So I think it's a free flowing.
How do you spell liberty in Hebrew there?
Liberty from Leviticus 25:10 is 1865 from the Strongs. Dalet Resh Vav Resh.
Perfect.
The roar.
Perfect. Okay, so Randy's got a really old version of eSword there. My eSword here is brilliant. It's pretty up to date. So yes, Dalet Rosh. Okay, doesn't have the vav in there, but it's Dalet Rosh. Dalet is the door, Rosh is the head, and so it's a double head. What does that mean? It means circle. Now, when I saw that, I thought, wow, because remember our teaching about the circle a little while ago? The tent that goes around the tabernacle, the circle dance, all that stuff, because there's also dance included in this. Circling, dancing, liberty.
Joe?
Liberty. Sorry, go ahead. I'm thinking of that commercial right now. Liberty. Go ahead, Somber.
Okay, there's a prayer, and we call it the potty prayer, but the prayer goes like this. Blessed are you, Yehovah our God, King of the universe, who fashioned man with wisdom and created within him many openings and many cavities. It is obvious and known before your throne of glory that if but one of them were to be ruptured or one of them were to be blocked, it would be impossible to survive and to stand before you. Blessed are you, Yehovah, who heals all flesh and acts wondrously. And so that thing about flowing and release and speed, think about your nose. When your nose is blocked and you can't breathe and you think you're gonna die, and you blow your nose and you still can't breathe, but then you take something, and in my house, I put lemon right here, and suddenly you can breathe again because it's all dried up and it's gone, and it's quickly, it's like the passage of air, it's swift, it's good.
Okay. So in my eSword, and I can't see your screen there now, so if you guys get your hand up, I can't see you, sorry. So in my eSword, why don't I just share my screen? How about we do that? Can we do that? Let's see if I can do that. Randy, have I got, yeah, can I?
Should be good.
There we go. Okay, you see that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, so liberty, 1865. So I got the ancient Hebrew here with mine. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, there's Dalet Rosh, means circle. Okay, it's a door moving back and forth, the head of a man. So combine these together, you get back and forth movement of man. Okay, so you go down here and you look up the Dalet Rosh, right? Where is that one? Dalet, where'd you go? I had you here a minute ago.
You passed it.
Did I? There it is. Okay. Yep. Circle. A circling around, as in the flight of a bird or a dance. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So now I go down here because now I want to know what this word means. I come down to Brown's River Briggs. Deror, a flowing, free run, liberty. Flowing, free run, liberty. A flowing of myrrh. That's why I had you read the word myrrh. And the definition you gave was really good. What was it again? The part about the nose and the lungs.
Yeah.
Can you read that again? Sombra?
Yep. Sorry, I just got to get to the right place. So powerful are the effects of myrrh. The ancient Egyptians relied on this particular plant for the process of mummification and embalming. Myrrh's bitter tasting sap oozes like teardrops whenever the tree bark is cut.
Get
Myrrh-
to the
Yeah,
blood
right here.
stuff.
Myrrh
Okay.
stimulates blood circulation to mucosal tissues, notably in the tonsils, throat, bronchial tracts, and gums. It is an
Okay.
antioxidant. Okay.
Okay, so you understand what this word myrrh is about? What this is talking about? Flowing, it's got something to do with the lungs, got something to do with your breath. Okay, can I say that? Anyone gonna argue with me on that? Am I jumping too far ahead? Okay. Okay, so now we go down here and we see the King, what's that? KJC, I forgot what that is. What did I want here? Circling down China. Oh, yes, back up here. Remember the circling? Right here. Dalit Rosh, circling. When I say that, what comes to mind? Glenn's nodding his head. What are you seeing, Glenn?
Marriage.
Okay, yeah, good one. We circle around how many times? 7 times in the marriage. Okay, good one, yes. What else?
Oath.
Oath, okay. Because you're getting that from the 7ing of the circle, yeah, okay.
Hag,
Who's that? What's that?
Hag, Hag Samea, Hag,
Hag.
for the three high priest. Hag,
Yeah, who's saying that? I can't see who that is.
Josephine, Shalom.
Josephine, shalom, Josephine. Mon
Excellent.
français, all the way from France.
Hallelujah.
So yes, the Hag. Okay, so it's a circling, it's a Hag. What? There's more to it than that. Go back to Genesis 6:3. What's the key word I'm always harping about Genesis 6:3?
120 Shavua,
Shana,
Shana,
Shana, 120 Shana. What's a Shana? A revolution of time.
it's 50 years, it's Jubilee.
It's a revolution of time, not necessarily 50 years. 50 years happens, or a jubilee happens to be a revolution of time, which we are talking about here, a circle. Okay, so a circle, a revolution of time. I'm giving you clues as to what this word is telling us. So now let's just stop in this word, because we can go down here and you look up. So there it is there, liberty, Isaiah 61:1. What's that talking about? Let's take a look there. The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me to preach good tidings unto the meek. He has sent me, I think you guys heard this before, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty. What's he doing? To proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison, and to them that are bound. Now, he said this was the very first sermon message he gave, but he stopped at a certain point. What's he talking about here? What's Isaiah talking about here? And I'll just let you think about it for a second. Susan, go ahead. What do you got to say, Susan? Susan, turn on your mic. Okay, we can't hear you. So when you figure it out, I'll let you speak. So no, can't hear you still. Hope.
Christianity tells you that it's when Yeshua died and he set the captives free that were in Abraham's bosom. That's what that was about.
Okay, but that's not Christianity telling you that. That's Paul telling you that.
Oh,
Okay, yes. Yes, the captives being set free is when he came out of the grave and he brought the captives back to life. That was at Wave Sheaf Day. That's not all this is talking about. To open the prison. What's the prison? Hope, what's the prison?
sin,
What?
sin.
Sin.
Sin is prison.
I'm working now, I think.
Okay, just let Hope finish up here, Susan.
Okay, yep.
Okay, well,
Prison-
the prison was wherever Abraham's bosom, wherever those captives were. You
The
could say
grave.
that. The
Okay,
grave.
Glenn's right. It's the grave. Who is the owner of the prison?
Well, isn't Yeshua over everything?
Jehovah's the owner of the prison.
No, Jehovah didn't create death. Satan is the owner of the prison.
Oh, yeah. Shatan.
Okay? Okay,
But is
Susan, what?
he in control of Satan? I mean, ultimately, he rules the world.
Okay, yeah. Okay, give me a break. Okay, Susan, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. When I think of the circle related to Yeshua or Jehovah, I think of the holy days and the following of the commandments, and we go through the circle, we create a path, and it just continues throughout life.
Yes. Correct. Okay, so where am I going? To preach the good tidings. Okay, so what are good tidings? We look at that. Bizarre, to gladden with good news, to bear news, to announce as good news, preach, to receive good news. I think that's pretty plain. We don't need to beat that up. Strong's a permanent root, properly to be fresh, that is full, figuratively cheerful, to announce, a messenger, preach, publish, show forth, bear, bring, carry, preach, good, preach good, tell good tidings. Okay, Randy, there's a mic going off over here. If you can quiet that one for me. Again, liberty. So we're back here. Isaiah, good tidings to preach. To who? The meek. Who are they? The ones that don't think they're worthy. Okay? To preach good tidings to those who don't think. Who are those that don't think they're worthy? Everyone who's not keeping Torah. And we need to preach those who think they're worthy, because some of them just aren't quite right.
That's not what meek means. Press the button.
No, I'm not going to press the button because I don't want to learn about a horse being meek. But
It's humble. It's not about not being worthy. It's about being worthy.
a second form is by intermixture with 6041 and 6031. Depressed in mind, gentle, or circumstances, needy, especially saintly, humble, lowly, meek, poor. See, it does really help. What the word meek means, okay, is if you take a horse and it's a beautiful wild stallion, right? And this is why I didn't want to go here, because this is going to be a whole other sermon I did want to get into. But it's a wild stallion and it's strong and it's beautiful, but nobody can, it's a wild stallion is useless unless you're breeding other mares. But a wild stallion is, what's the point of it?
It's uncontrolled.
It's uncontrolled. So how do you break a wild stallion? You get on its back and you buck it to death, or you can whisper it to death, or you can talk to it. But there is what is called is being meek. you meek the horse. What that means is the power and the strength and the magnificence of this beautiful stallion has yielded all of that to you, the rider. Moses was the most meekest man on earth. He wasn't weak. He wasn't a doormat. He wasn't something people trampled over. He was totally yielded to Jehovah. Okay? So the meek that we're trying to reach, they're not really yielded to us yet or to Jehovah. They're still the wild stallion, but they need to be meek. Okay? To bind up the brokenhearted. These are the, all these words you can look up. I'm focusing on liberty, to proclaim liberty to the captives. Who are the captives? Who are the captives? Who are the captives? Hope, you had the answer before. Who are the captives? Excuse me. The captives are those who are stuck in sin.
Yeah.
They're still alive and they're about to go to the grave in their sins, which is death, which is the prison houses of Satan. Jehovah didn't create death, Satan did.
But if
So-
Yehovah created Satan,
Okay,
mean-
no, we're not going down. That's a big other debate. We're not going there. Okay, I'm focusing on liberty. So go back to my word. Now, Jeremiah, I've already looked these up. I can't remember what Ezekiel was. But if he give a gift in his inheritance to one of the servants, then he shall be to his year of liberty and then return. Okay, so that's talking about, yeah. Okay. So liberty. Hang on, sorry. And you shall hallow, let me get the English out here. And you shall make the 50th year holy. 1 year. 1 year, 1 full year. And proclaim liberty throughout the land to all its inhabitants. And it shall be a jubilee. So let's look up that word jubilee now. Now that we know what liberty is, and it's not the American Constitution, it's something different. It's much better than the American Constitution. That was a bunch of men who believed in their Bible, read their Bibles, were trying to make a law based on the Bible for all the people. And they did a good job, except the American Constitution has some huge flaws in it, which are being exploited by society today. So it's not perfect.
They're not flawed, they're misunderstood and misapplied.
That's the flaw. Jubilee. The word jubilee. Flow. Okay, so there's the word flow again. Okay, flow. What's that first letter? That's not a, it's a lamed. I forget what that first letter is.
Bait.
No, it can't be a bait.
It is. It's a bait. It's a house. Bait lamed.
Bait lamed for Yobel?
No, it just says bell.
Oh, that's where I'm messing up. Okay, Bell. So flow, there's flow. A flowing of any substance. Okay. So I'm looking for the yod here. Where's the yod? Yod. And I don't see it.
You're in bait. You're not likely to get a yod in front of a bait. Oh, there
Yeah.
it is. Wait, right here.
Yeah, flow, stream. Okay. A flowing of wealth, water, or sound. Okay, we keep coming back to this word flowing. And this flowing has got something to do with myrrh. And okay, so there's
the yod in front of bell is a hand, right? So it's the hand that makes the flow. It's the hand and the house and the instruction, or the tent and the instruction.
Yeah, Whose hand?
Jehovah's,
It's Jehovah's hand that does what?
that makes the flow, that gives increase and instruction to the house.
Makes the wealth.
Right.
Okay, so now we're down here to Brown River Briggs, Yobel. Ram's horn, trumpet, or cornet. Ram only in combination. I'm not sure what that means. Ram's horn, trumpet. 1B, a jubilee year, marked by the blowing of cornets. Metonymy. I'm not sure what that word is. More than 4 letters. I don't know what it is. The blast of a horn, a continuous sound, specifically the signal of the silver trumpets, hence the instrument itself and the festival thus introduced, Jubel, ram's horn, trumpets. So you just, you can tell that Mr. Strong doesn't really understand because the silver trumpets are not ram's horns. Okay, they're different. So we're going to look at this word 2986. And it is the word Yabal, a primitive root properly to flow, causatively to bring, especially with pomp, bring forth, carry, lead forth. Yabel.
Now
So
we
sound
understand
flows
circle
like
dance.
water. It flows. And that's why they use the horn. The sound of the ram's horn is free flowing sound.
Yep, keep going, Glenn. You're right on.
And the
Okay.
circle dance.
And the
Yes.
circle dance. Okay, so what's that got to do with the circle dance?
Well, it's a free-flowing circle talking about being released on the 8th day so that we can be his bride at the 8th day, at the new beginning. Just like a Yovel, it's a new beginning. We are released to flow and live the way we were designed to live.
Okay, so we had the one definite, that's perfect. Thank you both. I'm not trying to brush over that. That's going to tie right in.
I just say, wow. So far,
Yeah.
awesome. Awesome, Joe. This is awesome.
Yeah, we haven't even got to the landmine field yet. Wait,
Okay.
wait. The outflow. Okay, remember the strong word 1865 that we had up there for liberty? The outflow, pure, clean, right? To move rapidly. The air moves rapidly. The flow of air from your lungs, the mure flows rapidly from your lungs. Okay, you with
And the
me?
sound from your lungs or from the horn, which comes from your lungs.
Yeah. So let's go back to our scripture here, and I'll read it in English, and then we'll go back to the word I want next. The 50th year, holy 1 year to proclaim liberty. Okay, Glenn, I'll put you on the spot here. What are you proclaiming? What are you proclaiming here?
Well, liberty. You just said it.
Okay,
We're
so
proclaiming liberty in the circle of the cycles. Freedom from the tyranny of
we haven't got,
slavery.
where do we get the freedom from yet? We haven't got there yet.
Well,
We're only talking about liberty now.
Liberty.
Now you're inserting in here a word that's not there. Michelle, go ahead, help him out.
We're proclaiming the acceptable year of Yehovah.
Oh,
well, that could be
Okay,
the sabbatical
yeah.
year because that's the year he said that.
yeah, the sabbatical year is the acceptable year. That's in Luke, yes. This here's different. You're proclaiming a year, but not the sabbatical year. Stuart.
In the beginning.
We are proclaiming freedom from past debts. We are proclaiming freedom from slavery to another master. We're proclaiming the release of basically those types of debts that we've gotten into over the last 49 years.
What do those debts represent?
Bondage.
Sin.
Yes. Sin, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, again, the word freedom here, I'm looking for it. It shall be a jubilee to you, and you shall return each man to his possession, and you shall return each man to his family. I don't see freedom. Did I miss something?
Oh, you're right on.
I'm always right on, but did I miss something? Where's freedom?
You're right.
And everyone's been saying freedom, 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 freedom. That's all y'all been saying that all day.
But
Where is
again,
it?
like I said, liberty is release. It's a release period.
Liberty is the flowing, free run liberty, flowing of myrrh, liberty.
And as
From
it
an
says,
unused root.
myrrh, you have to cut the tree before it'll flow.
So here it is in the Strong's definition, freedom. Freedom. Okay. From an unused root, meaning to move rapidly. So there's that move rapidly again. And when you move rapidly, you're free. What? Freedom. Hence spontaneity or of outflow. Yeah, where's the connection here?
It's the free flow. It's the flowing of the myrrh, just like the myrrh. Use that as your example.
So it's not freedom of all these things that the American Constitution is saying, is it?
No, and I have to tell you, the Constitution is not, it's just so you know, it's the Declaration that gives us, it's the Declaration that tells everyone that we're under God and we have unalienable rights. The Constitution is a tool, and there's three of them. One of them is for us, which was given by those wise men, and we created two others called service contracts, which are the constitutions for the municipal and federal governments. They're different. They're even written differently.
Okay, so I'm Canadian. If I got the Declaration mixed up with the Constitution, I'm sorry. But I'm looking for this freedom. Here we have the word freedom here, but I'm not given any other words to go look at it. And it's talking about outflow, liberty, pure. Sarkis, can you answer this, or you got something else to say?
Yeah, I believe the American Constitution have misunderstood the original intention of the pilgrims who came here. They weren't trying to create a new government that we have today. They were trying to create a government that allows people to live their liberty in Christ by practicing their religion, their faith. And instead, we took the traditional system and twisted it and changed the form of it to show that we have freedom, but in reality, we did not. Even the original Constitution does not give freedom, because you could see how they divided the counting of the votes, and who could vote, who cannot. You could see it right there.
That's a corporate constitution. That's not.
Yeah,
that's not
exactly.
the same. Yeah.
Okay, let's not get too sidelined here. Let's keep it on freedom here.
So here's what I do when I was sharing over the week here at another Sukkot. And I do it with my customers. The reason we have sabbatical year and Jubilee is to give a second chance for people after they experience true freedom in the Messiah. It gives them a second chance to, as they go through the bondage, is that he gives them a second chance to go back to the original freedom they experienced that they had before. And teach those who have enslaved or who have oppressed people to learn to share the freedom with them and experience the giving of freedom that Jehovah experiences when he set us free from the power of sin and death. So there's a two side of the coin here. One, the one who was enslaved and lost everything who gets released, and the one who is a master over the slave and the servants and owns the properties and all the goodies, now he has to release it and give it back and experiencing what Jehovah experienced, which is
So
freedom.
may I say, yes, he's right on. Freedom is what you have when you're following God's laws. And if you keep doing that, you don't need liberty because you're not in bondage to need liberty. You're free. Do you kind of
Excellent.
follow?
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
Yeah.
Susan. Is that Wilson trying to get in?
It is.
Okay.
Do you want me to go now?
Just go away.
No, I just mean, anyway.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I really don't agree with Sarkis' analysis there of our founding fathers and what was going on at all. So, for what
Okay, but
that's
we're
worth.
not talking about the founding father. I
Well,
use that as an
you
example.
are, but you keep mixing the two, and this is part of the problem, is we're using modern biblical definitions for modern, when I say modern, 200, 300 years ago in the United States, and this is a problem. Because if you're going to try to put the two together, we need to know what the founding fathers were talking about when they wrote. Because
But
it's
I'm
just like
not
when
trying
I
to put
say,
the two together.
but you keep bringing it up, and so it appears that you are. Because, like, for example, when you say a well-regulated militia, and this gets argued over a lot, people go, see, they need to be regulated, they need to be restricted. No, regulated meant well-armed, and so the definition was very different. And so you can't use definitions from thousands of years ago in the Hebrew to understand the definition of liberty that's spoken of in the Declaration of Independence and Constitution.
What I'm trying to do, Wilson and everyone, is I'm trying to show you what liberty truly is. It's not the American Constitution. I use that as an example to get you guys started, because most of you are Americans and you got this thing about liberty, freedom, and I'm trying to
Right.
show you what it is, because we have never in 6,000 years, I don't think we've ever had a time that I know of when it was actually practiced.
Well, there's not perfection, right? I mean, we've not attained perfection, of course, but my frustration, and you can tell, obviously, and I know, this is somewhat expected, right? But my frustration is that we're all sitting in our nice warm homes and discussing these theoretically about freedom and liberty. Okay, the United States of America, and it may not be what the world is about and the Bible's about, have secured liberty and freedom, and I see virtually no difference between the two around the world. And we have people clawing and clamoring to get into our country, and it is because of that individual liberty. And quite frankly, the Canadians have been blessed with having us as a neighbor and lived in relative security because of the covering of their brother in the United States. And so we get a lot of flack for our screaming of liberty and being willing to stand up and fight, but the world has received a blessing and a peace around the world because of that. And, I have a lot of, and most of these Americans have plenty of people that have shed blood in their families virtually all over the world. And so
I agree with you, Wilson, except that the Canadians have stood beside you and shed their blood too.
I know that.
But we don't have 300 million. We've only got 30.
Well, I understand.
But you are right in what you're saying.
But to give you an example, and I will stop after this, and it's to knock the Canadians. You're our brothers, and I'm not. But we asked a Canadian friend of ours, well, how big an Air Force do you have? And they laughed, like, we don't need an Air Force.
We got 3 Cessnas. Leave us alone.
You've got us covered. So basically, we, people talk about the size of the U.S. military and will be derogatory about it, but yet live under the safety of the umbrella of that, because they know there's no way in God's green earth, as long as we are able, Canada will never be invaded, because the U.S. could not allow it. We just couldn't. And so.
And you're right. But the United States, Ephraim, has been blessed. And the blessing is obvious to anyone who can look.
Manasseh, is it not?
Okay, Manasseh, Ephraim, we get them mixed up.
Ephraim's Britain, Manasseh. Well, that's the worldwide church did that. Ephraim
I
is British.
yeah, Manasseh, I believe, is the younger one, and it's the United States. Yes, and they have received that blessing. Canada is part of the United Kingdom, and Australia is part of the United Kingdom. New Zealand is part of the United Kingdom. That's also part of that blessing. Australia, Holland, Netherlands, Sweden, Denmark, they're also part of the blessing, but not to the same degree.
Right. Joseph, Ephraim,
Joseph.
and Manasseh got the blessings. The multiple
Yes.
blessings.
And that's not there's no debate. It's obvious for me to stand up and say, we're just as good as you. That's just pride and that's arrogance, and it's not true. And it's got nothing to do with what we're talking about today. What we're talking about today is liberty. True.
We're actually closer brothers through Joseph as a tribe.
Yeah.
With the rest.
Yeah. We're talking about liberty today, and I'm not talking about the American Constitution. I used it as an example to get you all going. Okay. And that's, you know what? Here we are, 2 hours in, and we haven't even got to where I want to try and get to yet. Man.
Liberty is restoration.
Okay. Susan, you wanted to say something?
Yes, yes, I did. I remember when a guy named Lou brought an untrained wild horse to Owen Sound and took it in the ring, and within an hour completely brought that horse under his authority and freed it, brought it to liberty, because it was given certain rules and they protected the horse. And then the horse was able to just do anything that man wanted. And when he approached the horse initially, he couldn't go near it. And I think that's what we're doing under God. We're following the laws, and it brings us to a certain liberty or freedom.
Yes. That's being meek. Okay. Okay. Where am I trying to go now? Okay, let me get out of here. And this is what I'm talking about today. Oh, no, I should stay in there because I didn't get to what I wanted to show you. Where am I? Where am I? No. Okay. What I wanted to do is go down here. Where does it say the verse 9? Then you shall cause the trumpet of the Jubilee, okay, to sound on the 10th day of the 7th month. In the day of atonement, the trumpet shall sound throughout all your land. So some of you know, some of you don't. That's why we're going over it. Why, if the year begins at Aviv, why are we waiting until the 10th day of the 7th month? Tenth day of the 7th month.
Yom Kippur.
Yep. Why?
I was told to be a kapara, and I was told to cry out Baruch haba b'shem Adonai. I was told to humble. It's only when we are humbling ourselves that we will be set free, and Satan will be bound. Then so, Lord.
Okay. Did y'all understand her? Satan will be bound and we will be set free. Okay. But why on the 10th day? That's what the Day of Atonement is, yeah. But why are we doing it then?
That's the day we anoint the king.
No, you don't anoint a king on the Day of Atonement. That's a day of mourning. That's a day of fasting. You wouldn't be, the celebration would be a day of anointing the king.
It's the day we're redeemed.
It's the
For
day
the death of
we're
Jehovah.
Explain that, Glenn.
Well, you got the two goats. And Jehovah died as the sacrifice, and the other goat is left free into the wilderness. So Jehovah has redeemed us on that day. So we're released in essence.
The captives have been released.
Yep.
So, okay, so just stick with you for a minute, Glenn. The goat that represents Jehovah is the one that was killed, and it's Jehovah's blood that was spent, used to purchase your freedom,
Yep.
right? Have I said anything wrong there? Okay, Sarkis, go ahead.
I think Yom Kippur is misunderstood. A lot of people look at it as day of fasting, day of mourning, day of afflicting ourselves. I want to take another route, another view, and that is this: how much it costs us to release. If I am the landlord and the rich man who have slaves or servants, and I've acquired wealth for years, and all of a sudden Yom Kippur comes and I have to release him. You know how much pain it is to give up everything that I've accumulated, and that is of, you know, if I put myself in a position of a rich person or wealthy person, and all of a sudden I'm going to lose everything I've accumulated on Yom Kippur.
You're not
Hold
going to
on.
lose everything. You're only going to lose what is owed to you, or actually you're just cleaning the books.
No. You have to look at a different perspective here.
Well, because I have done this, Sarkis. I have had to forgive debts of thousands of dollars,
I know.
which I didn't like.
I know.
But I didn't understand then either.
No, we're in agreement on that. I'm trying to bring a different perspective here, and the perspective is to experience the pain and the suffering that Jehovah goes through of seeing us being enslaved to sin, and seeing us enslaved to materialism, enslaved to ungodly and sinful habits, and we're experiencing that, and yet when a sinner is released from that bondage. I'm sorry. So I think one of the things is Jehovah is trying to teach us is we need to look from his perspective to teach us how to be like him. And Yom Kippur, for me, is to put ourselves in his shoes and experience the pain and suffering of sin, the consequences of sin, the consequences of being in bondage, the consequences of being part of this world and not walking with him and being part of him. We're focusing too much on ourselves. We're focusing on too much around woe me, instead of like, wow, he's gone through it.
Okay, I get what you're saying now, and I'm agreeing, because you're leading me to where I'm trying to get to. So yeah, okay, I got you.
Okay, Hebrews chapter 4 explains it very clearly, and in a sense, we don't understand what Yeshua had to go through when he was born all the way to his death, and that is to tell us that I feel your pain, I feel your suffering, I understand what you're going through, yet I want to show you how to walk with me, Yehovah. I want to show you and teach you how to live in this broken world, and that you become the healer of those who are hurting, because by his stripes we are healed. And Yom Kippur is a day to learn to suffer with him and afflict our souls with him by setting other people free, because it costs, it's not money, it costs our life in so many ways to set people free, and that is to forgive, to not only forgive people who offended us, but all of a sudden turn to say, love your enemy. That's, like a double dagger, you know, uh, you know, where you put a dagger in someone's heart and you twist it and you say, still love me. That's the kind of affliction Yehovah is trying to teach us. And that's another study on Yom Kippur.
Yeah, okay,
That's my point. Yeah.
okay. Just let me see if I can find this scripture.
So if you don't mind, one more thing, and that is when it comes to Jubilee, is I believe it's another way of saying, look, if you practice Jubilee, you're getting a foretaste what it's to live like in the kingdom, and because not everybody is free. Everybody experience the love and the grace and the mercy and the forgiveness of Yah. Why? Because he wants us to do that.
Okay. I'm not laughing at you, sir, because I'm just reading Josephine's comment here on the side. Somebody said it's easy for Yehovah to take us out of Egypt or Babylon, but very difficult for us to get rid of Egypt or Babylon in us, in our heart. And that's true. And that's kind of what I'm trying to get to here today. And you guys have just got so much to say about liberty. But yeah, Michelle, go ahead. And then Glenn, and then I want to move on to my next thing.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to your question about why the 10th day of the month. So I'm just going to connect it to trumpets, which is the announcement before the release. Then you have the 10 days of awe. And those I'm going to tie into your newsletter with the 10 plagues of the commandments of releasing people from Egypt, saying, if you do not let my people go, this will happen, this will happen. That was a fantastic letter, by the way, blew my mind. That is happening. That is happening. And that's what I see.
That's awesome, because everything that we've talked about today is my newsletter. How many of you have read the newsletter? If you click on the bottom right, there's a little reactions. Click, give me a thumbs up if you read the newsletter. I mean, actually read it, didn't just look at it, actually read it. And we got a few, okay, not that many. Good.
Yes, that now. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so thank you all. That's good, because we're talking, that newsletter today that I sent out is an epiphany, I think. It blew me away. It blew me away. I was just trying to do, because of all the trouble I've had, all the not had, caused, been involved in, all the stuff that's going on. I just want to do something simple. I didn't want to fight no more. I needed the day off. And when I did that, yeah, I'll just do the gods. I've heard that he killed all these different gods. Let's just do that. And that was simple and straightforward. But boy, once I got into it, I was stunned. I was stunned. And it was a wowzer. So Glenn, you got your hand up. Are you?
Yeah. By the way, thank you for that. I love the way you have the open mind to make these connections by just asking questions. Unbelievable. That was an awesome newsletter.
Every time I read the scriptures, I ask why.
Yeah.
What's this for? I do that all the time. And when I say my prayers, I'm asking Father, why? I don't get it. Like I said at the beginning, and he answers me. And that scares me a lot.
Yeah.
And I've cut you off. Sorry, Glenn.
Yeah. So I just wanted to give you guys kind of an analogy of the difference between liberty and freedom. Liberty Okay, how about we do this? Everybody knows what bankruptcy is. So you live life, you can choose the path. You can pay cash and be even with the world, or you can go into debt. Debt, same thing with our debt from sin, by sin. So what happens is you end up underwater, so to speak, with debt. And then you need a bankruptcy to get you back on your feet. You liquidate everything, you start fresh. And then you get to be free to choose either the same path again or another path. So the same thing goes with liberty. He gives us the release, the liberty from our debts, our sins, our way of life, which was not Torah observant, to a new beginning, to have the freedom to choose the right way or not, again. And many people will do it over and over the wrong way, or you can do it right. That's how I see it. That's the freedom part. Does that help?
No.
No.
Thank you. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you anyway. Again, we're not talking about the American Constitution, and we're talking about liberty, true biblical Jehovah liberty. And so, again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going off the cuff here. I'm trying to figure this out as I go, because that was an Epiphany newsletter. It's big. It's so big. And because there's not that many, we're going to do some, I'm going to put, well, I know what, I'm going to put that video on now. Randy, I want you all to watch this video. If you've seen it, great. It's worth watching again. And as you watch the video, this is the one that Nehemiah is doing the teaching. He did this in 2015. It's more true today than it was back then. Remember what I said in the newsletter. And if you haven't read the newsletter, go and watch it. All these different gods that we are mixed up with. And that's the point I'm trying to get to in order to get liberty, to get freedom, to understand the Jubilee. It's not just about finance. It's not just about land. It's Jehovah doesn't care about the grains or the fruits or the vegetables. And well, he does, but not, he cares about you. He cares about your soul, your being. And he wants you to be happy. But we all keep choosing crap and misery and thinking, oh, thank God I didn't die today, when instead of thanking God, I'm enjoying today.
But that's the freedom you have to make those choices.
But when you don't know what freedom looks like, you don't choose it. And again, the other word that we've been looking at here that keeps coming up is proclaim. Proclaim, proclaim, proclaim. Okay, so let's stop talking for a little bit, mute everybody, and don't be chatting in the side. I want you to pay attention to what Nehemiah says. Take notes from this video. And if you already watched it, watch it again. If you haven't watched it, then watch it again when you read the newsletter. Okay, Randy, where you got me starting here? About the 5-minute mark? Okay, that's a good spot.
Yes, sir. Not a Kohen, so at the end of this, when we recite the blessing, we'll all say, Ken Yehi Ratzon. Let's actually, oh, there we have, I don't know how that got in there. Yes, I am a Star Trek geek, it is true. So why do I have this up here? Because Leonard Nimoy, the actor who played Mr. Spock, he's Jewish, and he's actually, he saw in the synagogue that when the priests, the Kohanim, would recite the priestly blessing, they would traditionally raise their hands like this, placing their hands symbolically over the people. And when they were doing this program, they said, we want the Vulcans to have this, some weird and bizarre greeting. And so he said, oh, I saw this in the synagogue, let's use that. And that's where this comes from, live long and prosper. And here, for example, is that same hand symbol. Can you see that? On a grave, this was traditionally that Kohanim would put this on their tombstones to indicate that this is my profession. I'm a Kohen, And in the synagogue, I raise my hands like this. You see this all over the world in Jewish cemeteries. This indicates this man is a Kohen. Either that or he's a Vulcan, one of those two. All right, let's look at the priestly blessing. Let's read it. It appears in Numbers chapter 6, verses 22 to 27. And it says there, and Yehovah spoke to Moses saying, speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, thus shall you bless the children of Israel. And then the blessing has 3 lines. May Yehovah bless you and keep you. May Yehovah shine his face towards you and be gracious towards you. That's the literal translation there. And really every phrase there is like so full of meaning. I'm working on this book and writing it, and it's just so exciting. Like really, I mean, think about the phrase, be gracious towards you. The concept of grace is right there in the priestly blessing. I mean, I get excited for that. Ooh. Wow. Ooh. Can you hear that sound? Ooh. Okay. So may Yehovah shine his face towards you, be gracious towards you. May Yehovah lift his face towards you and give you peace. And they shall place my name upon the children of Israel, and I will bless them. So placing the name, speaking the name over Israel, that is a key part of this blessing. I think that's a profound thing. And I want to focus today on the issue of God's name and how important it is for the priestly blessing, and really how important it is for our lives and understanding who God is. This is a quote from the Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud, which is part of the traditional Jewish teachings. Now, I mentioned before that I'm a Karaite Jew. Does everybody know what that is? Those are Jews who are very good at martial arts. No, yeah, I know, I recycled that joke, but okay. The Karaite Jews are Jews who only believe in the Old Testament, but we look at other ancient writings and learn from them. Learn from, there's an old Jewish saying. It says, who is a wise man? He who learns from everyone. And so I try to learn from everyone, to swallow the wheat and spit out the chaff. I don't accept everything they say, but here the rabbis say something very profound. They look at this verse, thus shall you bless the children of Israel, and they say it means with the explicit name. Now in Hebrew, when you say Shem HaMeforash, the explicit name, you mean the name Yehovah, the actual 4 letters of Hebrew, Yud He Vav He. Now some people pronounce it Yahweh. I'm not here to really talk about those differences. And the truth is we don't know 100% with certainty exactly how to pronounce it, but we know it's the 4 Hebrew letters Yud He Vav He, Yehovah, or Yahweh. And here they explain, they say it has to be with the explicit name. And then they say, well, if you ask, is it really with the explicit name or with the title? And they say, scripture says, they shall place my name, which means my name, which is unique to me. And there's something profound there in that statement, my name, which is unique to me. What do they mean by that? Well, what they mean is that God in the Old Testament has many titles, what we could call names. What are some of those names? No, what? El Shaddai, right? Okay, we're El Shaddai ministry. So El Shaddai is one of the titles of God in the Old Testament, in the Tanakh. And El Shaddai, El means God, literally mighty one. And Shaddai is from the word shed, which means a protective spirit. And Shaddai is my great protective spirit. So God, my great protective spirit, that's a more or less a literal translation. They usually translate it as God Almighty, which is more of a paraphrase. But you have other terms like Elohim. What does Elohim means? God. Eloah. You have Adonai. Adonai means Lord. And there's nothing wrong with these titles of God. These are perfectly good titles that appear hundreds of times in the Tanakh, in the Old Testament. But he only has one unique name, and that unique name is the name Yud He Vav He, Yehovah, or as some pronounce it, Yahweh. Now there's a shortened poetic form of his name, which is Yah. And actually the H at the end of that is not silent as it is at the end of Yehovah. It's properly Yah. Say Yah. Okay, you attempted to. I had trouble saying it as well. It's not Yah, it's Yah. And when you say hallelujah, it's actually hallelujah. Praise Yah. So give me a hallelujah. So hallelujah appears 49 times in the Tanakh. Altogether, that's 6,877 times. That's on average in my Hebrew Bible, which is about 1,000 pages, 7 times per page. That's a lot. This is an important name, his unique name. And one of the important aspects and features of the unique name is that it avoids ambiguity. If I'm talking to somebody from India and I say, I believe in God, and he says, I believe in them too. Wait, what? So, and even if he says, I believe in him too, or her too, well, who's he talking about? Maybe he's talking about my God, maybe he isn't. Whereas if you say the unique name of God, there's no question who you're talking about. And we actually have an example in the Tanakh, in the Old Testament, where there's someone who uses God's unique name to avoid this ambiguity, to cut through any question, to say, I don't know who you mean, but here's who I mean. And that appears in the story of Abraham, or Avram as he was known back then before he got the H in his name, Avram and the king of Sodom. This story takes place when there's an invasion of the land of Canaan where Abraham is living. It's an invasion by the 4 kings who come from what today is Eastern Turkey and Iraq. And they come and they make this raid through the land of Canaan, and they attack a whole bunch of different kingdoms. One of the main battles is against the 5 kings. And you think, well, the 5 kings are going to beat the 4 kings, but they don't. The 4 kings win. And I remember learning that as a kid and thinking, oh, how is it that the 4 kings won? But they did. And not only did they win, they took captives. They took all of the people from these 5 cities, and they took all of their property. And this wasn't an invasion to conquer. This was an invasion to take loot and booty, and then they left. And when Abraham found out about this, he was very upset. And the reason he was so upset is that his nephew, Lot, or Lot as he's known in English, was taken captive along with all the other people from these 5 cities. And so Abraham went after, and he took, it says 318 of his men, which is incredible. He had less than 1,000 men, 318 men, and he fell upon them and defeated the 4 kings and took back all of this property. Now on his way back, he's met by a whole bunch of people. Everybody's coming out. Now Abraham is the big celebrity, and everyone's coming out to greet him. They want a piece of him. And the first one he runs into there is Melchizedek. Melchizedek, we're told, is the king of Shalem, of Salem, which is apparently Jerusalem. And he's a priest of the Most High God, creator of heaven and earth. Let's look what he says. And Melchizedek blessed him and said, "Blessed is Avram by the Most High God, creator of heaven and earth." And he uses that phrase, Most High God, 3 times. Melchizedek uses it 3 times. Creator of heaven and earth. Now, what's interesting about that phrase is the Most High God, creator of heaven and earth, El Elyon Koneh Shamayim Va'aretz in Hebrew, that is a phrase that appears that exact phrase appears in the writings of the ancient Canaanites. And they also worshiped a God called the Most High God, creator of heaven and earth. And if you think about it, probably every culture in the world has some kind of concept of, especially if you have many gods, you have the Most High God. And the Canaanite Most High God, creator of heaven and earth, they believed he created the universe. And then when he was done creating the universe, he withdrew. And he left the running of the actual earth to his children. And actually, this is one of the main incidents and main stories of the ancient Canaanite writings, is the battle of the gods. To see, you have the movie Clash of the Titans. Well, this is the Canaanite version of Clash of the Titans. And you have all the gods fighting it out to see who's going to get to rule the earth. And in the end, the one who wins is the son of the Most High God, creator of heaven and earth, whose name is Baal, which means Lord or Master. He defeats all of his brothers and sisters. He casts down his brother Mot, which means death, down into Sheol, into the pit of hell, into the grave. And he throws his other brother Yam into the sea. And actually their names mean death and the sea. And he ends up ruling the earth. He is the Lord, the master of the earth. And if you were an ancient Canaanite, you didn't pray to the Most High God, creator of heaven and earth, because he was retired up on the mountain of the north. The one you prayed to was his son, the master of the earth. Unless you were a sailor, then you prayed to his other son, the sea. And when you were about to die, you probably wanted to pray to death, to his other, that third son of his. Well, this is already revolutionary for Melchizedek to be a priest of the Most High God, creator of heaven and earth, because the Canaanites usually didn't do that. He didn't, the Most High God of the Canaanites didn't care what you had to say. He wasn't interested in your sacrifices. He had retired and left the public life, left it to his son. Melchizedek, being a priest of the Most High God, creator of heaven and earth, I think he's probably talking about our same Most High God, creator of heaven and earth, not what the Canaanites mean. The problem in the story takes place when the king of Sodom shows up. And when the king of Sodom shows up and you say to him, Most High God, creator of heaven and earth, who does he mean? It's a good question. And Abraham was concerned about that. So he's in this conversation with Melchizedek and the king of Sodom, and he decides, okay, I'm going to use the term that Melchizedek used, but I'm going to add something to make it very clear who we're talking about. And here's what Abraham says. Now, the king of Sodom actually offers Abraham all this. He says, you keep all of the property and just give me the people. Just give me the lives. And actually wanted the people and the animals. Anything that was alive, you give me, you keep all the property that you returned in the spoils. That's very generous of you, king of Sodom. Who has all this property right now? And who, Abraham had it. So he's like, yeah, you keep that. Just give me back what, that other stuff. Anyway, so here's what Abraham says to him. And Abraham said to the king of Sodom, I lift my hand to Yehovah, the Most High God, creator of heaven and earth, that I will not take anything from all that you have, not a string or even a shoelace. So here we have Abraham using the actual name of Yehovah to make it clear to the king of Sodom who he means. There's no more any ambiguity that we're talking about a Canaanite God. We're clearly talking about the one true God. And I think that's a lesson that we should take from Abraham, that we can learn, that we can use this name when you're speaking to people, whether you pronounce it Yehovah or Yahweh or however you pronounce it. We can use this name to cut through any questions and ambiguity that we're talking about the Most High God, especially if you're speaking to a Sodomite. What I mean is someone who has that spirit of the king of Sodom. What, by the way, was the greatest sin of Sodom and Gomorrah? Not what you people think. Read in Ezekiel, it's that they persecuted the weak and the poor and weren't humble before God. That was the great sin of Sodom. Read it in Ezekiel. That was the great sin of Sodom and Gomorrah. One of the powerful things about using God's name is that through because of the ambiguity of the titles, if we just say, yeah, I believe in God and I believe in the Lord, it's so ambiguous, it can lead to what's called syncretism. That's this big fancy word they taught me at Hebrew University when I was studying for my master's degree. Say syncretism. Syncretism is like when you sync your iPod to your iTunes and they're all on the same, they combine the two, like maybe half your songs are on the iPod and half are on the iTunes. And then once you sync them, they have both sets. Well, in faith and religion, syncretism is when you sync one faith with another faith. You take the faith of the Most High God, creator of heaven and earth, of the Canaanites, and you say, well, that's the same thing as Yehovah, the Most High God, creator of heaven and earth. And you sync them. And then you end up with a mix. You end up with what I call spiritual mixing of seed. It talks about in scripture, we have this commandment where it says, you shall keep my statutes, you shall not let your livestock breed with another kind, you shall not sow your field with mixed seed. And what it's talking about is taking wheat and taking barley and mixing them together in the same field. And there's some question about why God commanded us to do this. The next verse, or the next words in the same verse, says not to wear a mixed garment of wool and linen together. Why wool and linen? Why not wool and cotton? They had cotton back then. And to be honest, I don't know the answer. Maybe somebody else does, but I don't know. And some people say when God said don't mix literal seed, that is, wheat and barley, or apples and oranges, that this was just some arbitrary commandment. And maybe it was, I don't know. I'm not here to try to solve that problem. I tend to think, though, that this has a little bit of a different reason. There's a couple explanations that have been given over the generations. One is that God is telling us not to make a hybrid, because that's clearly what it's saying with the animals. You should not let your livestock breed with another kind. What it's talking about is taking a horse and taking a donkey, and what you get is a mule, and that mule is sterile. So essentially he's saying, don't create, I created each kind to produce after their kind. So I don't care if the Ridgeback breeds with the Rottweiler. I'm a little bit concerned about that, but apparently God doesn't have a problem with it because they're both the same kind. But if we take, dogs and cats, which today we can do with our modern science, and forget dogs and cats, they take corn and spiders today, and they mix those into a hybrid, which is a violation of what the Torah says. That's mixing seed. Anyway, so that's the literal mixing of seed. The spiritual application of that is to take a false faith and a false doctrine and mix that in with the truth. And then we end up not knowing which one is which. And one of the explanations of the barley and the wheat is that, because barley and wheat actually can't produce a hybrid like a mule. If you take barley and you take wheat and you try to mix them together, it'll just produce barley and wheat in the same field, not any kind of hybrid, unless you're using genetically modified technology. I'm talking about in ancient times. And so the explanation that some of the scholars explain about that commandment is that you'd end up with a field where half the field is barley and half the field is wheat, and they're completely intermixed, and there's no way to separate them. I mean, think about it. You'd have to pick through grain by grain to separate out the wheat from the barley. Well, so what? Why does God care about that? The reason he cares is because in ancient Israel, wheat was more valuable than barley. And you'd end up going to the market and selling that at the price of wheat, when really you're ripping people off. You're deceiving them. So by mixing literal seed, you end up deceiving people. You can't distinguish what is the true seed, the valuable seed, the wheat, from the less valuable seed, the barley. And that's what happens in faith. You end up not being able to distinguish between what is the faith of Canaan and what is the true faith of Israel. And we actually find that happening in the Bible. And that's what I'm going to dedicate most of tonight's session on, talking about when that actually happened in biblical times, right? Because everything I said up until now was more or less theoretical. This could happen. It did happen. And let's look at this. Let's see how it happens. Well, what happened is you have one of the legitimate titles of the God of Israel, the true God, Yehovah, is Adonai. Say Adonai. Adonai, Adon means master. Adonai literally means my great master. And Adonai, being master, was confused by the ancient Israelites because another meaning of Adon is husband. And so if God's name means master and husband, I mean, think about it, even in English today, you have the Mr. and the Mrs., right? Mr. means master. That's where that word comes from. So that's very similar to Adon. So God being called Adonai confused some people because the Canaanites had a deity who they called Baal. And Baal's name also means both master and husband. And you ended up with this equation that Adonai equals Baal. And this actually happened in ancient Israel. And one of the places we see this talked about is in the book of Hosea. Hosea chapter 2, verse 16, in the Hebrew version, if you have a JPS, it's verse 18. The prophet says, "It shall come to pass on that day, says Yehovah, you shall call me my husband, and you shall no longer call me my husband." That's the literal translation of that verse. Now, what on earth does that mean? What it means, you have to see there's two different words for husband here. The first word for husband is ishi. And ishi is actually two words. The first word ish means husband, and e means my, when you add my to the end. So ishi, my husband, say ishi. So ishi, my husband, you shall call me ishi, and you shall no longer call me Baali. And the end of that's cut off, but it says Baali, my Baal. So they were referring to God. And this was, I mean, think about it. The idea behind this was a good thing. They were saying, wait, Israel has a covenant relationship between the God of Israel and the people of Israel. He is our husband and we are his bride. And that's completely legitimate. You find that throughout scripture. And they said, okay, so he is Ishi, my husband, but he's also Baali, my Baal. And they ended up identifying Yehovah as Baal as one and the same. They were spiritually mixing seed. In the next verse, he says, I will remove the names of the Baals from her mouth. In other words, if you thought, well, no, he doesn't really mean Baal, the deity Baal, here in the next verse, he makes it very clear that he does. I will remove the names of the Baals from her mouth. Why is Baals plural? Baalim in Hebrew, because you had Baal of the north and Baal of Peor and Baal of the flies. You know, Baal, like Beelzebub you have in the New Testament, that's Baal Zevuv, the Baal of the flies, who they believed was the king of all the spirits. But it started out as the god of Ekron, which is one of the Philistine cities, and they had a statue there, Baal Zevuv. They shall no longer mention them by name. So he's foretelling a time when we will no longer refer to Yehovah as Baal in the way that the ancient Israelites did. And this spiritual mixing of seed wasn't this short little episode of history that happened just in the time of Hosea. I wish it were. But it's something that we find when you know to look for it throughout ancient Israel. And the reason I think this is so significant is I was always taught that idolatry would be something that would be very easy to identify. Idolatry would be that statue of Ganesh. That's the elephant god of the Indians who's got the whole bunch of arms flailing around. Like, who on earth in their right mind is going to worship Ganesh? And I understand the Indians, that's their culture. But if you're not an Indian, who in the world is ever going to, worship the statue of an elephant? I don't think, it's inconceivable to me. Inconceivable. That's a reference to the Princess Bride. Inconceivable. Really it is. But if you dress up that Ganesh in a kippah, and you cover over his snout, and you make him somehow look, at least from my perspective, make him look more Jewish, maybe some people are going to be tricked by that. And this is the danger, that the spiritual mixing of seed presents you something that looks like the real thing. It's the counterfeit faith. Remember that word, counterfeit. Who does counterfeits? Who does? Right. Well, think about a counterfeit. If you're going to try to pass off a $100 bill on someone that's fake, and you make that $100 bill purple, you're probably not going to get away with it. You got to make the counterfeit look like the real thing. And that's what spiritual mixing of seed does. There was actually a king of Israel named after Baal. So what is the king of Israel named after Baal? What's his name in the Bible? The king of Israel, and why do I bring this? Because the king of Israel named after Baal, this doesn't mean it's just some fringe thing of the really evil people. This is something that's come into the actual throne room of Israel, a king of Israel named after Baal. And he is referred to in 2 Samuel chapter 2, verse 10. It says, Ishbosheth, son of Saul, was 40 years old when he began to reign over Israel, and he reigned for 2 years. Now you must be wondering, what is Nehemiah talking about? I don't see the word Baal anywhere. Ishbosheth means man of shame. Now his friends didn't call him man of shame. And how do I know that? Because his real name appears in the book of Chronicles. A lot of the information in Samuel is repeated in Chronicles, and in Chronicles it says, and this is the genealogy of Saul, and the line of Saul, it says, and Ner begat Kish, and Kish begat Saul, and Saul begat Jonathan, and Malchishua, and Abinadab, and Eshbaal. The name Eshbaal means man of Baal. So Ishbosheth, man of shame, is really man of Baal. Now, why doesn't it say that in the book of Samuel? And the answer is that the prophet who wrote the book of Samuel didn't want to write down someone's name as Baal. And so he said, you should be ashamed of yourself calling your son after Baal. And he called the son Ishbosheth. Now, in the time of Chronicles is one of the latest books in the Old Testament. The Israelites didn't worship Baal anymore. And so it wasn't so much of a threat. And so he gave the name as it was recorded in the Chronicles and the genealogies. But in Samuel, he replaces it with Bosheth, with shame. And he does that repeatedly. This isn't just a one-time incident, a slip of the pen. This is something that was done intentionally to shame the people who are calling their children after Baal. We can actually see this concept of a man being named, or the concept of replacing the word Baal with Bosheth, with shame, in Jeremiah chapter 11, verse 13. It says that for the numbers of your cities was the number of your gods, O Judah. So let's stop it for a second and think what that means. The numbers of your cities was your gods, O Judah. They're saying every single city in Judah has gods, has their own statues, has their own idols. And according to the number of the squares of Jerusalem, you made altars to Bosheth, altars to shame. And he says altars to burn incense to Baal. In case you didn't know what I meant when I said shame, the prophet says, these were altars to burn incense to Baal. So this was actually a policy of the prophets to put in the word shame, which sounds in Hebrew like Baal. It's actually an example of a Hebrew play on words that I talk about in my other books. Bosheth, Baal actually sound quite similar in Hebrew. And the purpose there is to shame the people. They shouldn't be calling upon the name of Baal and shouldn't be calling the true God by the name Baal. Here's another example of it. Oh, there is actually an example of what the prophet was talking about when he says, the numbers of your cities are your gods, O Israel. This is a statue that they found in the city of David from the period of around 800 BC, from the period of the first temple and the period of the prophets. This is the type of thing if Jeremiah went into someone's home, he might have seen a statue like this. And they didn't find one of these. They found these all over Judea, all over the kingdom of Judah, and they found hundreds of them. Now, what is the purpose of this particular statue? It's obviously a fertility figurine, a fertility idol. And this was probably Asherah. Asherah is usually understood to be the mother of Baal. or possibly Ashtoreth, which was one of his wives. Ashtoreth, in English as the word Ishtar, and another word that escapes me at the moment. So this is obviously a goddess. And I remember when I was studying archaeology at the Hebrew University, which I did for my bachelor's degree, and the professor showed this slide on the screen, I said, no, this is a mistake. I read the Bible, and I know that the Israelites weren't supposed to worship idols. And then I realized the word supposed to, that's the key term there. And if you look at Jeremiah and all the prophets of that period, they did worship the idols. They were spiritually mixing seed. And so much did they spiritually mix seed that they found these inscriptions in several places in ancient Israel. One of them actually is and this is interesting, one of them was an Israelite trading post in the Sinai called Tere Kuntelet Ajud, and they found 2 inscriptions there that mention Yehovah and his Asherah. Somebody say, uh-oh. Yehovah doesn't have an Asherah. Baal has an Asherah. Yehovah doesn't have one of these, but the Israelites of the kingdom of Israel in the north had that. Now, being of course from Judah, I find it very comfortable to say that was the Israelites. Unfortunately, archaeologists have found another inscription from a place called Khirbet el-Kom, which is in Judea, and there it also mentions Yehovah and his Asherah. So this isn't an isolated incident. This was what the prophets were talking about. They were worshiping Yehovah as Baal, mixing the two, confusing the two, thinking, wow, that looks like a real $100 bill. It's green. And really it was a fake. It's a counterfeit. Here's another example of shame referring to Baal and the prophets. I found you, Israel, like grapes in the desert. I saw your fathers in the beginning, like the first ripe of the figs. They came to Baal Peor. Remember that incident? That's in the book of Numbers, where the Israelites come to Baal Peor and they find these beautiful Midianite women, and the Midianite women say, honey, if you really love me, you're going to come and participate in the sacrifice with me, won't you? Please, pretty, please. And in the end, the Israelite men, they went and they participated in the sacrifices with the Midianites to Baal Peor, the Baal of the town of Peor, and separated themselves for Boshet, meaning they sanctified themselves, separated themselves for shame, for Boshet. Now, who's Boshet? We just saw, he's Baal. And they became abominations like that which they loved. So this was a sin of the mixing of seed goes all the way back to before Israel even entered into the land. And I'll give you another example of mixing of seed, one that maybe you never even thought of. I know I didn't think of it until I started to look for these things, which was in the desert, the golden calf. I was always taught that the golden calf was some foreign deity. It was like that elephant god with all the arms. But no, who does Aaron say when he's about to present when the whole incident of the golden calf is about to happen? Aaron says, Chag leYehovah machar. Tomorrow is a feast of Yehovah. He doesn't say tomorrow is a feast of Baal or tomorrow is a feast of Ganesh. He says tomorrow is a feast of Yehovah. And when they presented the golden calf, what did they say? It says, this is the God who took you up out of Egypt. They were mixing seed. They were taking the way the pagans worship their gods, the Canaanites and the Egyptians worship their gods, and worshiping the true God in that way. And he told them, that's the exact thing he told them not to do. He tells them exactly not to do that. We'll go past this. There's many examples of this. We have a man named Yerubbaal. Yerubbaal was a name that Gideon was given after he cut down the tree of Asherah. That was Baal's mother. Next to every altar of Baal was a tree, or sometimes a pole, and that was the Asherah tree. A lot of times in your English Bibles, it's translated as groves or sacred trees, but in Hebrew, it has her name, the name of the goddess, Asherah. So when he cut down the tree of Asherah and shattered the altar of Baal, they called him Yerubbaal. This is Gideon's original name, or the name he was given when he cut down the tree and destroyed the altar. And Yerubbaal means let Baal strive with him. Now in Samuel, he's called Yerubeshet, which means let shame strive with him. And again, Beshet is a form of Boshet. Shame is replacing the word Baal in the book of Samuel. Now, not always, because we're going to see that it does appear in the book of Samuel, but this was a trend, a tendency in the book of Samuel to get rid of these people being named after Baal. Even though here it's a good name, it's kind of mocking Baal. Let Baal strive with him. Now, David had a warrior named after Baal, and this is probably the most disturbing of all the names I came across. 1 Chronicles chapter 12, that these were the men who came to David at Ziklag while he was still outcast from Saul, the son of Kish, and they were among the mighty men, helpers in war. Armed with bows, using both right hand and the left hand, and hurling stones and shooting arrows with the bow. They were of Benjamin, Saul's brethren. Now, why are Benjaminites brethren of Saul fighting with David? That doesn't make sense. David is the arch enemy of Saul, or at least so Saul perceives it. So why are some of his enemies' brethren fighting on his side? Well, this proves that David was Jewish. There's an old joke that if you have if you have a Jew alone on a desert island, he needs to build 2 synagogues. One he goes to, the other he wouldn't be caught dead in. And apparently in the family of Saul, that's how things were. People didn't get along and they said, we hate this guy. He's, even though he's our cousin. And they went and they fought on David's side. Well, the point here is that one of these men, we have Eluzai and Yerimot and Be'al-Yah. Be'al-Yah means Baal is Yah, or Yah is Baal. Yah, remember, is the abbreviated form of Yehovah in Hallelujah. So Be'al-Yah, somebody say, uh-oh. You shouldn't be calling your son Be'al-Yah. Yah is Baal. Now, David himself was a seed mixer, because again, it'd be very convenient for me to say, well, that's the Benjaminites, and that's the kingdom of Israel. And I'm from Judah, maybe, being Jewish. In fact, on my mother's side, there's a family tradition that we're descended from King David. In fact, my cousin went to the Diaspora Museum in Tel Aviv, where they have this massive database of millions of Jewish names and genealogies. This is before Ancestry.com. He did this like a long time ago. And he found that we were descended from some rabbi in the 11th century who said that he was descended from King David. Now, do we know for sure he was descended? No. And anyway, that's on my mother's side, so it doesn't really count. But here's an interesting statement of what I was taught about David. This is again from the Talmud. And I was taught that David was sinless. And here's the statement that they had. They said, anyone who says that David sinned is in error. As it is written, and David was wise in all his ways, and Yehovah was with him. And then they say, is it possible that he sinned when the Shekhinah was with him? The Shekhinah, that's the Hebrew term for the presence, Shekinah glory in American English. In Hebrew, we say Shekhinah. That's the dwelling of God's name. In the scripture, he repeatedly talks about how I will cause my name to dwell in certain places. And the Shekhinah is the indwelling of his name. So the spirit of Yehovah, the Shekhinah, the indwelling of God's name, was with David. It says that. So how is it that he sinned? And they conclude he didn't sin. He was sinless. Now you might say, well, what do you mean he was sinless? And this is the question I asked. What do you mean he was sinless? We just read the story how he committed adultery with Bathsheba. In English, Bathsheba. And what's the reply? The reply is, well, the ancient Israelite is a whole elaborate story behind this. The ancient Israelites had this custom that, well, first of all, they had a problem. If a man goes out to war and he's lost in battle and he's missing in action, that happened in ancient times too, what do you do? What does the woman do? And the rabbi said the woman can't remarry because the man is missing. He's not known to be dead. So the rabbinical solution was to say, okay, before you go out to battle, give your wife a get, a certificate of divorce, and it's a provisional divorce until the next time you see him. For that period, you will be officially divorced. When you come back to him, no problem, you go back together. And the rabbis say, Uriah gave Bathsheba this provisional divorce when he went out to battle. So David didn't commit adultery. All right. But he did murder, didn't he? Didn't he murder Uriah? Well, did he murder Uriah? So the response to that is, and this is what I was told, that when David commanded Uriah to go and be with his wife, remember that story? Now, why did he do that? He brought Uriah back from the battlefront and says, go tonight and be with your wife. He did that to cover over his idolatry. That was a Freudian slip. He did it to cover the crime of his adultery. He realized, wait, Uriah hasn't seen his wife in months, and I just got her pregnant. We better get them together. So he says to Uriah, go and be with your wife tonight. And Uriah says, no, I will not. While the armies of Israel and the Ark of the Covenant are out in the battlefield, I will not sleep in my own bed at home. And he ends up sleeping in front of the king's gate, waiting for the next order. And the rabbis say he violated the direct command of a king. That's the death penalty. He deserved to die. So David was not a murderer. And it goes on and on and on, all these excuses. And you might think, well, this is some, do people really believe this? I remember about 15 years ago, there was a discussion in the Israeli Knesset, no less than in the Israeli Knesset, about King David. And one of the secular party members, in Israel, there are political parties that are completely secular and some are even anti-religious. They said King David was an adulterer and a murderer. And some of the ultra-Orthodox Knesset members got up on the platform of the Knesset and they said that's a horrible lie. That's a vicious and false accusation. He never sinned. And this was actually the topic of discussion that people were having 15 years ago in Israel. And what are we even talking? Of course he's a sinner. What are we talking about here? God punished him. How can you say he was sinless? Now, why do I bring this up? Because not only did David commit adultery, not only did he murder, he was also a spiritual seed mixer, as we're about to see. By the way, there's another statement that follows in the Talmud where another rabbi, he comes along and he says that rabbi in the previous statement, who is descended from David, overturns and seeks to interpret in David's favor. In other words, that statement that David's sinless, that was just that rabbi who's descended from David, and that's why he's forcing the verses to make David sinless. And so, although I may be descended from David, according to the family tradition, I'm not going to overturn and seek to interpret in his favor. Let's look at what the text actually says. There's an old saying, if you don't learn from history, you're condemned to repeat it. Let's learn from David's mistakes so we don't make them again. Enough. How long do we have to keep making the same mistakes? 1 Samuel chapter 19, Saul also sent messengers to David's house to watch him and to kill him in the morning. This is when Saul is afraid that David's going to, and he's correct. He's afraid David's going to take over his king, and David is going to take over his king, but that was God's decree. And Michal, David's wife, told him, saying, if you do not save your life tonight, tomorrow you will be killed. So Michal let David down through a window, and he went and fled and escaped. And Michal took an image, in Hebrew trophim, say trophim. These were the types of idols that, the exact types of idols that Rachel stole from Laban. Those were trophim. Those are the ones that she hid underneath the saddle. And Michal took an image, trophim, and laid it in the bed, put a cover of goat's hair for his head, and covered it with clothes. This is the old trick from the Escape from Alcatraz, where they take like the paper mache, but instead of paper mache heads, this was trophim, little idols that looked like humans. Why does David have trophim in his house? Somebody say, uh-oh. Now the Philistines came and spread out in the valley of Rephaim. And I love this story because I live in the valley of Rephaim in Jerusalem. There's actually a street to this day in Israel called Emek Rephaim, which means the valley of giants, the valley of Rephaim. And I live about 3 minutes from there, but it's still part of the valley. Now the Philistines came and they spread out in the valley of Rephaim. And David asked Yehovah, saying, shall I go up against the Philistines? Will you give them into my hand? And Yehovah said, you shall surely go up, because I will give the Philistines into your hand. So far, David is 100% kosher. He's doing the right thing. He's about to go out to war, and he's saying, God, is this right? He's seeking guidance. Am I doing the right thing here? Should I be fighting the Philistines? And he says, go out. You should do it. I'm going to give them into your hands. David came to Baal Pratzim, and David smote them there. And he said, Yehovah has burst forth upon my enemies before me as the water bursts forth. Therefore, he called the name of that place Baal Pratzim. Now, if that doesn't warrant an uh-oh, I don't know what does. Let's get an uh-oh. David called the name of the place Baal Pratzim? Shouldn't he have called it Yehovah Pratzim or Adonai Pratzim or El Pratzim? Wow. And actually, let's cue the video. Before you put it on, I'm going to ask you to bring up this video. This is a video of a flash flood in Israel. And the reason I bring this is when he says, Yehovah has burst forth upon my enemies before me as the water bursts forth. What David is talking about is a flash flood. This is something that happens throughout Israel. You have these dry, what's called a wadi or a nachal. Don't play it yet. Just give me a second. You have in Hebrew, it's called a nachal. And it's a dry creek bed that when it rains in the mountains comes this wall of water comes rushing through, and it's a powerful thing. I've only seen it a couple times in my life, and it's an amazing thing. I mean, these are creeks that 363 days out of the year are bone dry. I mean, you could sit in these things and walk in these things, and every year in Israel, people are actually on hikes through these little creeks, through these valleys, and they get surprised because it might be raining 10 miles away, and up above is completely clear skies, and they get killed. So they actually say in certain times of the year, it's very dangerous to hike in those creeks. Let's watch the video and see one of these creeks in a full flash flood. I saw this about a month ago. I got it on video. We need sound. Right, 363 days out of the year.
Okay, Randy, if you wanna, you can stop that. If you're all here, that video goes on a little bit longer, and it's a good video to watch right to the end because he's got more examples. So the question I've got that I want you to understand, we're talking about liberty. Now I'm talking about, or letting Nehemiah talk about mixing seed. And I'm also talking about the newsletter I sent out this week. The 10 kings of Egypt, or the 10 gods of Egypt that were killed. Not killed, shown to be nothing by Jehovah. So here come the landmines. Okay. Put on your big boy pants. It's this is the part I'm going to need your understanding with and your help with. We, you and I, have come out of Christianity, came into the Hebrew roots movement, and came into the understanding of Torah. And then we learned about the Hebrew calendar, and then we learned about the crescent moon calendar. And then this year we learned about even more refining of it. We learned about the sabbatical and jubilee years. And let me just show this to you. We know we're in the year 2021. And I have not found any evidence to convince me otherwise or to give me any doubts about 2033, which if we count backwards, the time is being Satan locked away, 3.5 years for the tribulation brings you to 2030. 3.5 years before that for the two witnesses brings you to 2026. The year that I've had trouble with trying to understand that I've been asking Jehovah about is 2024. That's only 3 years, 2.5 years from now. 2024. What is going to happen in 2024? Well, if I'm correct, if my understanding of what the 7 trumpets are and the 7 plagues and the 7 vials are in Revelation, they begin then. We have been keeping Baal, Yehovah, Baal mixed seed religion for 2,700 years now. Okay, and I'm only counting from the time we got kicked out of land. We were keeping it before that, all the way back to King David. And I'm trying to get you to liberty. That's what I'm trying to do today. I'm trying to get you to liberty. True liberty. Where you can blow that shofar from the flowing of the voice out of your lungs, and it's pure. And it's, I was going to play the shofar for you because Every time we do that, that sound is soothing, like myrrh is soothing. It's pure, the pure note. Everything that we looked at in the word liberty. And how do we get to that point? How do we get there? Coming from where we come from. It's peeling off the layers. It's peeling, it's throwing out the luggages of all this stuff that we don't need, that we don't want, and that we carry around with us as if it mattered. So landmines are coming. Okay. Are you big enough? Are you mature enough? Do you want it bad enough to worship Jehovah? Shema, Israel. Listen, Israel. Yehovah Eloheinu, Yehovah Echad. Baal Pure. Nehemiah mentioned it. Go to our teaching on President Trump and Baal Pure. Watch it. We are that close to the end of this age. 2045 is the start of the 7th millennium. What did Israel do just before they came into the land? They got involved in Baal Pure. They got mixed up with Baal Pure. What's wrong with that? It's just sex. Baal Pure is the god of holes, any sexual hole for your own pleasure. That's your God. But that's our God, Jehovah. Think about it. LGBTQ, the god of holes. It's okay as long as they, keep it over there in their corner. I'm okay with it. But now we are involving it where we have to accept it. Or if the cake is not, according to their specification, we're going to take it to the Supreme Court. And we're going to bankrupt your company if you don't do our will. You know what I'm talking about. I need to spell it out. That's Baal Pure. Now, we've had other teachings on that subject on its own with Lucinda Gibbs. You can go and listen to them. That's not what this is about today. I'm talking about liberty. I'm talking about mixing your gods and thinking that it's all okay. Christmas and Easter are good. It brings the family together. Okay, well, yeah, it's not in the Bible, but maybe they forgot to put it in there. Let's do that. It's not okay. That's Baal Pure. That's mixing your seats. That's Baal Yehovah. Okay, what about Hanukkah and Purim? Hanukkah, it's Purim is the book of Esther, and Hanukkah is the Maccabees. That's Baal Pure. Okay. Right now. Not right now. Let's go back. 2005. So here, I'm leading up to this. The purpose of today's teaching, if you haven't figured it out, is you're mixing your gods. You're putting your gods, your false gods, and mixing it with the God, and you can't tell the difference. A lot of people hate me and hate my guts, and they get mad and they storm off, and they don't like it when I point out their sins. Pull up your big boy pants. What do they call them? Not the pens. What's the big boy pants for kids? Diapers. I forgot what they're called. diapers anyway. Pull up the big boy. What?
Depends.
No, that's a real big boys. I'm talking about your older kids are just being potty trained.
Huggies.
Huggies, there we go. Thank you. Pull-ups. Pull them up. You're a big boy now. 2005, I was shown the sabbatical and jubilee cycles. I didn't know how to talk to people. I didn't have an audience. I didn't have a ministry. I was a ditch digger, and I was quite content to remain a ditch digger. But I learned this, and I learned about the barley, and man, I'm going to lose all my Church of God friends if I start doing this. But so for a year, I kept both. I kept both feasts that year because I wasn't 100% sure, but I was pretty sure after I kept Passover early, not early on time. Everybody else was late. But the thing, the Shabbat and Jubilee years was pretty awesome. But that wasn't the main message. The main message was Leviticus 26. Leviticus 26 tells you the curses according to the Shabbat and Jubilee cycles. And I banged and banged on door after door after door, trying to get somebody to listen to this. Nobody wants to listen to me. I'm just Joe Dumond, the ditch digger. And then I got on the Prophecy Club tour. Stephen Denke from, where's he from? New Hampshire? New Hampshire, I think. Maybe Massachusetts. I'm not sure where he's from. He helped get me on that show or on that platform. I didn't know who he was. Prophecy teacher. Okay, nice. Teach a whole bunch of stuff. It was all conspiracy stuff. Every city I went to, they gave me DVD after DVD after DVD. And I'm not exaggerating when it was this tall. It's almost 2 feet. Without the covers, just the DVDs piled on top of each other. Every city. Zeitgeist, or whatever, how do you say it? The Detroit mayor, the triangle, the dollar, the eye. Bill Clinton was the Antichrist. I have so much, I started to watch it. And I was trying to figure out how this stuff was helping me to improve myself. How is this stuff helping me to become a better, because 2005, I'm just learning about the, 2008 was a tour. So I'm still learning about the calendar and still trying to address the calendar issues, which are, postponements and full moon versus dark moon versus crescent moon versus lunar Sabbath lie and all this stuff that's coming at me at this time. How is this stuff going to help me be a better servant of God? And I watched it. And after about a month, I wasn't a quarter of the way through it, but it's all repeating. But I wasn't a quarter way through them all. I picked them all up and chucked them out. I remembered my prayer in 2005 that if God would guide me to the truth and keep me from the lies, I'll do this. But all those DVDs, some of them were hard to tell which were the truth and which were lies. Some of them were really, And then along comes Alex Jones. And Alex Jones, okay, well, there's another platform. Maybe I should get on that one. And I wrote Alex Jones and I tried to call his office. And then some other stuff happened. And I said, man, this guy's right off his tree. I think that was the Sandy Hook. I forget what year Sandy Hook was. Maybe that's 2010. I'm not sure. What am I doing? What am I doing? I was mixing the truth. Okay. I was mixing the truth in order to get it on Alex Jones, to get it in front of a bigger audience so I could have more ears listen to me. But, he didn't respond. I didn't get on there, but I got on the Prophecy Club. And if you go on the Prophecy Club now, they make their living off of selling all these other teachings. Other teachings. I just walked around that landmine. Other teachings. But that's how they make their living. And they make their living by selling DVDs. And if they're not selling DVDs, they're not making money. And I got to tell you that on that tour, after I started off in Texas, and then I went to Minneapolis, and then I went to Detroit. And by the time I got to Detroit, I was being phoned every single night. You can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say that. Well, what am I saying that I can't say? Well, you're saying that this stuff is wrong. And I says, well, I just reading the scriptures. Well, you can't say that. I says, I'm reading the scriptures. He said, well, I'm gonna have to pull you off the tour. I said, okay. But I was drawing a crowd because nobody'd heard the Jubilee cycles. But partway through that presentation, you go and listen to that presentation. It hasn't changed. It's still there on my website. I say certain things that the conspiracy people were upset with. And he wanted me to change that. I'm going to teach the truth. Come hell or high water, I'm going to teach the truth. And we've lost a lot of people here at Sighted Moon because of that. But they come back. And I'm not laughing that they're coming back, but it takes a while for them to figure it out. And it took me a while. And there's been nobody blackballed here. I'm just trying to think, has anyone been blackballed? No, nobody's ever been blackballed. And if I'm wrong, then let me know, and maybe I will blackball you, but I forgot. That's a great thing about getting old, is you forget who you're blackballed. But nobody's been blackballed at Sighted Moon. You've always been welcome to come back. But we're not going to talk about that stuff. But today we are. And this is where I need your help. After the conversations I've had this week and my reaction to certain things, y'all know that we do have Akubeni as a board of directors, and we're trying to do certain things. And we're human, and we're going to fight. And I believe, from what I've spoken to everybody, we're all going to continue to do this work. And there's going to be more fights down the road. Hopefully it won't be me causing it again. But I didn't cause it. I reacted to this one. You're going to hear things. And I want you to take that Lashahara that you're hearing and come straight to me and ask me directly. Don't let someone else tell you what Joe's saying. Ask me if I said it. If it's your business, then I'll tell you. If it's not your business, I will also tell you it's not your business. Okay? Why am I saying that? Because there's things going on behind the scenes that you're going to hear about eventually, or maybe not. And I'm hoping this is it. It's over with. But we have got to make ourselves pure. That pure voice coming out, that pure trumpet blast, that pure shofar for liberty, true liberty. That's going to be announced on the Day of Atonement, when we have meeked ourselves, when we've made ourselves ready, which is just 5 days before the wedding. Symbolically, that's what it represents. The bride has made herself ready. And I can beat on you, I can pound on your head, but it doesn't change nothing. It just makes us both mad, my fist bloodied, and we're both walking away. Again, I didn't choose this seat. Y'all know I didn't want to do Sabbath teachings. And yet we've done them, and I've been blessed by them. The office that I sit in, I didn't want it. I tried to give it away to Michael Rood and Nehemiah and Monty and Eddie Chumney and Rico Cortez and others, Mark Biltz. Nobody wanted this. But I'm sitting in that seat. And that seat does not just talk about the Sabbath Jubilee years. That would be pointless. That seat requires you to teach Torah. There's nothing on that seat that says you're going to make friends. But it requires you to speak Torah. And if I don't speak the truth, if I don't teach you the truth, whether you like it or not, if I cave in and start teaching you the lies, then I hope Yehovah strikes me dead before I even get the lies out. That was not part of my agreement or my prayer to him back in 2005. I only want to teach the truth. I may not have it always figured out right, and I certainly do not have the gift of the English language to speak to you in pleasantries to make your ears feel fine. I'm Joe Dumond, the ditch digger, size 12 steel-toed boot coming up your butt if you don't move. 250 men, I don't got time to answer every little detail. Just get out there and dig the dang ditch, right? I'm not trained to be a people pleaser in, because we're working with volunteers, we're working with people who want to be here, and that's hard for me to do. So I'm going to make more mistakes. And I hope you got the grace and the love to forgive me when I do screw up and to correct me in love. And I might not be ready to hear it when you're ready to speak it, but come back and talk to me later. And I appreciate what's gone on this week with each of the people I've been dealing with this week. So back in 2005, I'm trying to teach the Leviticus 26. These curses come every 7th year, a sabbatical cycle, one after the other. Each one's compounded on the one before, and they're getting worse, and they're getting worse, and they're getting worse. And, the stuff that I'm saying is scaring me because it's coming true. And that's wow. That's a wow. 2020. Where's the lineup? I should be on every news station in North America. Where's the lineup? 2005, I had to fight with everybody who was going around saying that the 9/11 event was a conspiracy event. It was an inside job. Those DVDs I got, they all said that. They had the proof. You could see the little puffs of smoke coming out in each floor as the building went down. You could see, the flashes of lightning. That was the trigger. It's videos that people are jerking around. It's commentators planting seed. Who planted the seed? Satan did, right at the very beginning. Did God really say that you can't touch the tree? Yeah, he did. No, he didn't want you to become like him. As soon as you eat it, you're going to become just like him. Really? Okay, so they go away and I start to look at the tree and I'm going to be like God if I eat that tree. Is that why God didn't want me to have it? And it starts to spin. The little chipmunk starts to go around in the wheel and the wheel starts spinning and you think about it and you think about it and you think about it. You know what? I think I'm going to have a bite of that tree, whatever that fruit is. And here we are 6,000 years later in the mess that we're in now, 5,857 years later. Well, it's just less than that because, whatever took place. I could not get my message out to people about 9/11. I could not get my message out to people about the extreme weather events that we're going to and were taking place. That was HARP. That was HARP. HARP. was causing all these things. Chemtrails. They're trying to kill us all with chemtrails. The New World Order is trying to kill us, and it's HAARP. Chemtrails, HAARP, chemtrails. Who am I speaking to? The brethren. What is the problem here? It's the mixed seed. And today, COVID, it hits us, 2020. I expected war. Plague, famine, sword. Plague, famine, sword. Sword, famine, plague. I expected war. And we got COVID. Can I get the message out? No. We're all jumping on the vaccine, anti-vaccine. We're all fighting over all these different things. We're fighting each other. Why? I see you, Glenn. Just wait, please. Why? Where is the love between the brethren that is going to identify us? You will know them by their love for one another. Where is that? If I disagree with you, and I'm looking at Glenn, I love Glenn. Glenn and I disagreed over this subject. And yet Glenn didn't pick up his toys and go away. He came back and he stuck it out. And he may not agree with me. He agrees on some points. He agrees on a lot of big points. This is not a big point. This is just another point that we don't. Wilson's probably the same. Sarkis is the same. Many are probably the same. We don't agree on all things. And I look at my baby toe and I think, what a useless piece of meat. But I need it if I want to walk straight, because if I cut it off, I can't walk straight. But I have had to fight to get this message out because of all the mixed seed that is out there. And I want you guys to think about that. I'm not going to tell you to stop it and stop the dang nonsense. I'm not today, maybe tomorrow, maybe another day. But I want you to go back to what we read in the liberty thing. To proclaim liberty. Proclaim. Remember what we said? To speak, to shout it out, to tell, to exclaim it. Your job is to proclaim this liberty that we will have when we are with Jehovah. To say we're going to wait till Jesus comes back and then he'll sort it out. I've just mixed seed there. And you probably didn't even notice it. We have got to get back to the pure shofar religion of Torah. We have got to stop all these other things that we're adding to Torah and get back to the pure message. Nobody is being saved by the Ezekiel conspiracy stuff. Alex Jones isn't bringing anybody to Torah. Not unless he's converted recently, and if he does, he's got a whole lot of baggage he's got to get rid of. What are you doing? What are you doing to get closer to you? Because, those 5 foolish virgins, they thought they were going to get married. I've been using them as an example of the Christian faith. What if I start using them as an example of the Messianic faith? Are you ready to start thinking like that? Do you think that you've made it? Don't. You have not. Solomon, at the end of his life, screwed up, started worshiping Baal Molech, Baal Ashtaroth. At the end of his life. And he met Jehovah face to face, 2 times? What I presented this weekend in the gods of Egypt and Jehovah bringing the curses of Egypt on us in the last days, they're here. Until I did that study and saw that, I didn't realize it. I was only focusing on the curse of Leviticus 26. But now, as I've put that study out, I'm stunned. I'm stunned. I'm writing to everybody on the climate change and the what that girl's name, Greta Thunberg, and COVID, not COVID, climate change, climate warming, hashtag UNGA26, COP26. I'm writing all those people 10 times a day. It's a pain in the butt. But some of them are watching our video. Is it registering? I don't know. Some of them are retweeting that video. That's a good thing. So that's on Twitter. This message, this warning, our message has been given to each one of us. It's the myrrh that's got to come out of your mouth. It's the myrrh that's going to make people calm, relax, not relax, calm, and help them to understand all these things have to happen. This fighting, vaccine, no vaccine, mask, no mask, it has to happen. Who cares? Who gives a rat's tail? Who cares? It doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter to you and I. You know, okay, I'll just do it one more time. Maybe not, maybe more than that. You all know the schedule. I don't have to explain it. You know it. We're in 2021. We're about to start 2022. Okay, 2022. What happens in 2022? We take care of the widows and the orphans. That's what we got to do that year. What do we do in 2023? We have to get ready in 2022 for 2023, the sabbatical year. Store up food, get ready. What if we store up food and there's a war and we have to leave it? Then you leave it. What if, there's a gazillion what ifs. Who cares? What if you don't obey? There's the what if you should be at. 2024, these curses are going to start. I've come out, there I am, I'm saying it now publicly. They're already starting. These curses of Revelation, I believe, are going to start then. Again, I hope I'm wrong. Am I trying to lead you astray? Nope, I'm trying to get you ready. Because this 2033, I can't change that date. We need to get ready. We need to get our house in order. We need to get our spiritual house in order. We need to stop fighting with each other. Just because, you know, Randy's got a stupid red beard, we can't help, he can't help it. We can't be picking on him all the time. Right? We have that little time left. So what are you going to spend all your time doing? Are you going to argue with everybody about mask or anti-mask? Is that what your calling is for? Is your calling going to be get the vaccine or don't get the vaccine? Think about it. One third of the population is going to die in the next number of years. Is that from the vaccine or not the vaccine? I don't know. Doesn't matter. They're still going to die. Then there's another quarter that's going to die after that. But here's the thing. And I'll stop. I'll try and see if I can finish this here, and then I'll start taking questions. Here's the thing. There's only 12,000 from the house of Joseph that are going to get through the tribulation. Only 12,000. There's 144,000 coming through the tribulation. 12,000 from each tribe. That's 12,000 from the tribe of Holland, 12,000 from the French, 12,000 from the English or Scottish or Irish, 12,000. We might not be in that 12,000. So if I'm playing dice or playing a roulette or a table like that, a gambling game, the odds of being one of those 12,000 in is kind of slim. So am I going to invest all my time in trying to reach those 12,000? They've probably already been reached. There's an innumerable multitude that's also going to come with them. Randy, can you pull up that scripture? The innumerable multitude, I think is Revelation 11. That innumerable multitude, okay? There's another scripture in there that says there's an 200 million man army. So what does that tell you? A 200 million man army. We can count 200 million. Okay, so we can count 200 million, but this innumerable multitude we can't count. So that's 200 million plus one or more. Now, if you're going to roll the dice, there's 200 million people out there, 200 million plus that we can reach. That's the Indians, the Chinese, the Asians, Malaysians, Indonesians, Russians. There's a 200 million plus people out there, so many that we can't count, that we haven't even reached yet. I've looked at the Hebrew roots groups in India. They're just little groups, you know, the biggest one is in northeastern India, but the rest of them are just little groups here and there. And they're all mixed up with Christianity and all that stuff. I don't know of too many groups. I know there's groups in Russia, but I don't know too much about them. I know there's groups in the underground church in China. I know Gary's working with some. I know of one guy in Vietnam who keeps the Sabbath, and he said there's nobody there. There's a bunch of groups in Malaysia. They're scattered and they're a mixed bag. I do know of some in Indonesia, and they're very secretive and very quiet. We have all these things going on right now, all these major events. We got COVID, we got the fighting, we got the weather, we got the extreme weather, we got the UN recognizing all these weather events. What are we doing to get this message out? To let the world know the feathers are already flying, the fan's been cranked up, and there's about to pour a whole bunch more on it. What are we doing? So my heart, and I think you know my heart, has been to stop the BS and get out there and proclaim liberty. Proclaim liberty, because the Torah is the only thing that's going to save them. The vaccine ain't going to save you. Getting the vaccine ain't going to save you. Wearing a mask won't save you. Not wearing a mask won't save you. None of that stuff matters. Your liberties, whether you're in Australia or the United States or England, because they're also striking in England, they're also striking in France. Your liberties don't matter. Are you going to humble yourself? Are you going to meek yourself before Yehovah? Because that army of Egypt is going to be coming against us very soon. And that fire is the only thing that's going to stand between them and us. Or are we going to run and get on the wrong side of the fire? Do we know the plan of Jehovah, and are we being faithful to that plan of Jehovah? I've gone on a little bit longer than I wanted to, but I want you to stop mixing your seed. Stop mixing Torah with everything else. And I don't know, did I get through the minefield, Glenn?
Oh, yeah. But, you say you were expecting war. Well,
yes.
You don't need a declaration. You can see there's a war against God's people and Israel, bloody Israel specifically, in the whole world. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, so the war is on, and it basically started years ago.
It started with Trump when he started to issue the things about the money for each country, each person. I forget what you call that. But yeah. I was expecting a shooting war.
Yeah, exactly. Where our concept is
sanctions.
Yes,
sanctions is what I was thinking.
yes, which he was actually doing it as a good thing, but it's now he's forced us to be cut off, and you can see it.
The
You can
United
see it
States
now,
is cut off from everybody.
and it's only gonna get worse. And I
so is
fear that
Israel.
this winter is going to be really hard. You can
They
see
are-
it with the cargo ships all around the surrounding the United States, not able to get into port.
Yep.
Which has got our food on it. It's got our appliances. It's got our wood. It's got everything we need to continue to function. We're not going to function very soon. But anyway, that's again irrelevant.
No, it's not. That is relevant because on that note, I'm getting daily updates from people in different parts of the world that the food shelves are getting thinner. Sometimes they're full, lots of times they're thinner. The food chain is broken.
You go to the grocery store and you can see that the term merchandising is you keep the shelves full. Now, it used to be they were so stocked they'd fall off the shelves. Now they're spread out so that they take the same amount and they spread it out over the area to make it look full.
And the other thing that's going on right now is trying to keep the price the same. So the prices still remain the same, but all your packaging has been halved.
Yeah.
So the packages are smaller, the prices are the same or going up. And that's going to cause problems on people who can't afford it.
So my point is, this is the thing that you kind of hit me on the head with.
I got it. That's like a feel-good moment. I got Glenn on the head.
Here we go.
Got a straight kid.
Okay, there are certain things that all of us have are important to us. Certain things, they're not all the same. But what I'm finding is you don't know the truth because it's so mixed with lies. You can't get to the truth. So don't waste your time on it. Take what you can, realize it's there, move on and realize that it's in God's hands and that the only place of protection is in those hands of his. So as long as we're doing Torah and the promise is there, remember, I'm going to do something in December for you. I'm going to do a teaching, a sermonette or something about the blessings and how we get the blessings. And that's a promise in the covenant. Okay?
Look Randy, we got to mark down, right?
I don't know if it'll be good or not, but I'll do the best.
It doesn't have to be good, Glenn. What it has to be is I don't have to worry that day. I can shut up and sit in the back room here and stuff my face full of Twinkies. Just no.
But remember, it's a promise that you do this and I will do that. The vassal versus the sovereign king, it's a contract, it's a covenant, it's a promise. If you do what you're supposed to do, he will do that. And that is protect us, cover us, provide for us, and all of those things, making it so we don't have to fear anything.
We are going to,
what we got to do.
We are coming into a time when our rights will be taken away. The people say we're in captivity right now. That's a crock. We're not in captivity right now. We can still fly. We can still go grocery shopping. We can still do stuff.
But there are things you may not, I can't go anywhere because I can tell you I'm not getting anything. I'm not getting jabbed. I can't, I will die. So I'm just going to stay right here until I'm ready to be taken up into the resurrection. That's fine. That's fine. I don't need to go to Ireland. I don't need to go to France. I don't need to go anywhere. My
Yeah.
wife does, though. She has a job that, in fact, they just mandated vaccines for her.
Yeah.
Because she does travel, and I'm really concerned about that. And we've come to, I hope, an agreement that, you know, if she loses her job, I'm not worried about it. We're not worried about it. We'll figure it out. She's got a lot of talents. There's plenty of other places she can go.
What I've been said in the newsletter, I stand by that. If you want to get the vaccine, then get it. If you don't want to get the vaccine, don't get it. In either case, you live with the decisions that you made and base those decisions not on fear, but on your own research and what you've prayerfully talked over with Jehovah.
Exactly.
And cut out all the hyperbole of, you know, we don't know. But let's get back to Torah. That's the ingredient that keeps being missed here. So
Now, you were saying about the 12,000 of Joseph. Think about this. Manasseh and Ephraim, that's only 6,000 from Manasseh and 6,000 from Ephraim. And Ephraim is Canada, Ephraim's Australia, Ephraim is Britain, and America is Manasseh. That's not a lot of people.
I know. That's what I'm trying to point out.
And how many people are here today? What?
We were up to
52?
50 some odd, yeah.
So say there's 1,000 of us who will get the sabbatical year message, which you need this calendar to know what you have to do. You need this. And there's not many of us that have it.
Yeah,
I'm
which
so
is
lucky.
why you need to proclaim. Again, I keep harping on it. We need to tell people. We need to open up our mouths and tell people. And if you're telling them all this other stuff, then you're not telling them Torah.
You're
And
polluting.
I've been saying it, and some of you get mad at me. Okay, I can't change that. So, okay, Glenn, I'm not cutting you
I'm
off.
good.
Are you okay?
No problem. I'm good. Thanks.
Wilson, did I get through the minefield?
Hello,
Well-
Joseph. Do you recognize me?
Oui, René. Mais une minute, s'il vous
Hello.
plaît. Une minute.
How are you?
Just give me a minute. Let me finish up here, sir. Wilson, did I survive the minefield?
Okay.
Well, I don't know. There's, you know, you asked, and
I did. That's
there's-
why I
there's
want to
a-
give you
there-
this shot.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. Look, there's a lot of things I don't necessarily agree with, but that's okay, and you know that. And so I'll try to sum it up without, you know, without blowing anything up and make it quick. I would just say this. I appreciate that you're recognizing that we have different people have different opinions and have very different convictions based on what's going on right now. And I would also say this, your focus is very focused on the mission Yehovah has for you. But my mission is not necessarily that same mission. And we all need to be faithful to whatever it is Yehovah is calling us to do. And I would just ask for the same mercy as well in the path that I believe the Father has me on that may look very different. And I will throw this out, just like, and I use this as an example, just like with Samson, his parents didn't understand. It says the spirit of Yehovah was upon him and began to move on him. And he asked to do something that but was against Torah, but Yehovah had a plan. So let's just keep that in mind as we move forward. And yep, we all are responsible for our own necks. So
Yeah. And Wilson, are you going to start growing your hair long?
if I could, I would, but it just wouldn't look right.
No, Wilson, I do respect that everyone has a different job, a different calling. We're gathered here under Sighted Moon, and so I'm going to keep pushing that agenda and not make any apologies for it. And I understand some of y'all got different callings, and that's awesome. It's all one body. And I don't always know what, what the pancreas is supposed to be doing. It just doesn't make sense sometimes. So, but yeah, I'm glad. What I'm glad is that I can talk with Wilson and Glenn about porcupine issues, and we're not killing each other.
Agreed.
And we couldn't do that a while ago. And I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm saying it's my fault too. We couldn't do that a while ago, but we can now. But my focus is Torah and trying to not mix things up. So I appreciate what you guys have said. And again, I appreciate all of your help here today and everything that we've done. So
I agree with Wilson is saying, and I understand we each have our approach to do the same thing. We're all, I believe we're all here to point to Torah, but you have your way through your way. Some people have to get it another way, and that's what we're doing. We're all doing it our individual way, but we do get to Torah in the end of it. I believe anyways, I think Wilson is too. So he's finding his way to get it across. And well, look, I mean, there's a few examples here in the chat. Lori Dawn mentioned that her husband come to Torah by watching Alex Jones.
I
How
said
about
there's
that
no
one?
examples. I said there's nobody. Come on,
There you
she's
go.
making
Look
that
at
up.
So it can happen. It can happen in the weirdest ways that Yehovah is doing it. It's not Alex Jones. You know what I'm saying? It's Yehovah's doing it in his own little way.
I stand corrected. Dang it.
All right.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to Renee. Now, Renee, this is recorded, just so you know. Renee Mueller, he invited me to come speak in Switzerland, and I met a great bunch of people there. We kept Passover together that year. Renee met me down at the ICEJ event when I was doing, trying to present the Shabbat Jubilee years down there to the 4,500 people. And he walked up and started asking me questions. And 3 months later, he asked me if I would come to his place. So welcome, Renee.
Hello. How are you?
Very good. So now what we do here, Renee, just so you know, this is the Midrash section. And I seen you when you came in, and you may have missed the other stuff that we're talking about, but this is where we can talk about different things, ask questions and get answers, not from me, but from everybody. And we get to know each other and become, learn how to hate each other more here. Excuse me. No, I'm only kidding. So welcome.
Hello. Yeah, it's the first time I had time, because normally I am with my house groups from Friday to Saturday. We have somehow 24 hours together. Yes, that's what we are doing. And now this weekend I am special because I am with my mom in the Swiss German part. And that's the reason why I could go on the Zoom, which I got from Josephine, you know about.
I don't know who Josephine is.
Oh, you.
I'm only kidding. I know Josephine very well. I love her. Josephine came on tour with on tour with me one year, and she was awesome.
I heard about it.
Yeah.
Yes, I heard about it. Yes. So as well, I was very pleased to see you again, and I had somehow in my spirit that maybe once Saturday evening I will be able to teach you something. I can make a Zoom with you personally first, if you want. I made years about study about a text which is in the New Testament where Jesus said, I am not come to break down, but I came to fulfill. And this text gave me a lot of thinking, because I said, if there is really a case that Jesus came to fulfill, so everything Jesus did, I can find it in the Old Testament. And I found everything. I made drawings on Excel, and so I make already a lot of Zooms in Switzerland to explain why Jesus came to the idea only to choose 12. Why did he not 50 or 20 or 100? I can prove it. And there are a lot of other questions. For example, why finally he was choosing 70? And where can I find it in the Old Testament? And what, all those questions, I was looking to see where I find in the Old Testament the evidence. So if one day you would like to that I can explain you all my drawings, all my explainings, it's up to you. And there is a second thing which I discovered 3 weeks ago. Have you something to write?
Have I got, yes, I got something to write. What?
Okay. If you have YouTube, Rock Iceland Books. That's the chain in YouTube. Rock Iceland Books in one word.
Okay.
And he made End Time Daniel Unsealed 221 Great Tribulation. I would like to have from you what you think about, because have you heard about it?
I've heard a lot about 2021, and I've heard a lot about 2027, and a lot about 2029 and 2030.
But yes, but he is proving things. I went step on step. He makes drawings. He explains and makes drawings on the same time. It's astonishing, and that's the only video in my life where I looked at almost 50 times already. And I made the drawings. I make all the calculators. So I just would like that you look about it and share about what you think about.
Sure, we can do that. Now, Renee, since you and I last talked or met, there's been quite a lot go on. And I'll take a look at this, but I would like you to take a look at the book, the 2300 Days of Hell. I don't know if Josephine, you have it?
Yes, of course, you gave it to me.
I didn't, I didn't think I had it then. Okay, good. Then, yeah, I'll take a look at this. I thought you came after that. Okay, awesome.
Of course.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the groups that Renee is looking after, he's in Switzerland, and he does it in French and German. And I'm correct?
Where is Switzerland?
That's it.
Where is Switzerland? It's in the middle of Europe.
French part.
Where in Switzerland?
Yes.
Geneva.
Near Lausanne.
Lausanne. I lived in Lausanne when I was 3 to 9. I loved it. Good memories.
Okay.
What a beautiful
So you
country.
speak French?
No, I lost that a long time ago. We moved to New York when I was 9, so we didn't speak French after that.
Oh.
But that's true French,
Sad.
not Canadian French. It's different.
Oh,
Come on, give me a break. So
Remember
anyway,
that-
Renee, I'm very pleased to see you here. I'm glad to see you are still studying, still working and towards this. And I'm just thrilled to see you here. So thank you for joining us.
I have another question, if you would like. Are
it-
you living Acts 2:42 as well as we do, where we somehow eat together, where we do the 4 pillars? We live out the 4 pillars.
We are gathered around the world here, and most of us are individuals. We don't have a congregation to get with, so I'm not sure what you're referring to.
The disciples, they ate together once a week, where they shared the meat. They went to the Bible. Acts 2:24, 42 speaks about it. Was the pillar, the 4. We speak about the 4 pillars, which
Okay.
makes teaching, eating, speaking together, and praying together.
We have people here from across Canada, and it takes 2.5 days across Canada by car. And we have them in North America, South Africa, Australia, Thailand sometimes. Or what other country have I forgot? So it's not that we don't want to do it, we just can't do it. We're just too, I'm the only one here with me. So we can't do that. A lot of us don't have that luxury. Some people do, and they eat and talk and share. I know Sombra and Kurt, they get together a lot, and I'm jealous, but no, we don't get to do that. We don't get to do it.
So I invite you once to Switzerland in our house group. You can choose.
I say what?
If you would like to come to our house groups once,
yes,
you're invited.
Well, thank you very much. Just give me a heads up, because I got to coordinate it with my other half here that's not always too cooperative. So we have to figure this out. Let me wrap this up. If there's any other questions about what I said today, that we talked about today, before we close out this meeting, the recorded part of the meeting. No, Sarkis, go ahead.
The biggest challenge we have here is people will not accept Jubilee part of the timeline, and the reason for that is people don't like to set times. They refuse to calculate times.
Okay, so how do you get around that one?
Oh, it's easy. Easy. I tell them, why does Jehovah write the names of the people in the scripture and put their how long they live? It's genealogy, timeline. He already does it. That's one. Because there's a reason why he does it.
Well, can I interject there? Because what I find is that anyone who says he doesn't create or set dates, they're going off of no mention, no the day of the hour, and that
exactly
because they say that or believe that, that tells me that they're ignorant or unknowing, whatever word you want to use. They don't understand the holy days. Therefore, they're not keeping the holy days. Therefore, they don't understand them. Because if they understood them, they would understand that that was speaking about a very specific holy day, and that the 5 wise virgins will understand what it means. So, yeah, that's.
I'm in agreement with you, Joe. It's we go through that process. There's still, I look at myself where I came from, and I tell them, I left my church doctrines and teachings and traditions
and I put it behind me, I expect you to do the same thing when you come to Torah, whether you're a Messianic Jew or you're just new to Torah. You have to leave the teachings of where you came from and traditions and go to the pure word of Yah.
Okay, so Sarkis, on that note, and I
Yes.
know I'm interrupting you, but on that note, because you bring up a good note, you got to leave this stuff behind. But most of us can't leave that stuff behind because we still think that everything I learned at my Catholic church is, well, that's from the church, right? How can I stop believing what the good fathers told me?
It's all based on indoctrination and false doctrine.
Yeah, but
And we keep
how
it
do we,
with us.
how do we, so, you know, what Sarkis just brought up, what you're saying, Glenn, how do we transition from, okay, I'm being smart. How do we transition from the dark ages to the light?
You can only do it with an open mind. So if they're closed-minded, you can't do anything about it. But
Okay, but hang
what
on,
he
they're
said
here,
was right,
they're-
and what you do is right.
they're
With the
here.
explaining the no man knows the day and hour and your sabbatical, God's sabbatical and jubilee cycles.
But they're here and they're learning, and yet they still got, they're not going to let go of that suitcase because they still think it's right. So so the question, and I'll throw it back at Sarkis, how do you overcome, how do you get them to let go of that suitcase?
All right. One of the ways I tell people, you have an identity crisis, and this is one of the keys that I help myself and I'm helping others to unravel, and that is accept your heritage. That's who we grew up with. That's who we are. Like Jews, you cannot tell them you cannot be Jewish. That's their heritage. That's their identity. But at the same time, I have to recognize that my fathers taught me lies, but that was their heritage. Now I recognize that, but I need to separate myself and find my true father, who is in the scripture, who is the scripture, and that's I find in my Yeshua, and my identity becomes his. His identity becomes mine. And when I do that, then I can accept the complete Torah, not just partial Torah. Because I say, Jubilee, it's a second chance for people to be set free, to get their liberties back. But if you don't recognize it, then you are still in sin, then you are still recognizing you are not free. And Yeshua, when he said, I came to set people free, are you free from your religious teaching and backgrounds? Recognizing what they are and turn around and accept the true freedom we have in Christ.
So go back.
Crisis. It's identity crisis.
We'll go back to what we studied, at the beginning, the word liberty. Okay. And we somehow in that chain of connecting those words, it was freedom from captivity, right? Isaiah 61, right? Freedom to set free the captives. That's what we're trying to do.
Exactly. And that means we have a new ID, new identity. We cannot go back to the way we are. Even though I speak different languages, even though it's Sarkis, even though I have family and I live here, it doesn't matter. I have a new identity. And when you become a citizen of a new nation, you don't give up what you have. You just adopt a new identity that you belong to as this new nation, a new life, a new beginning. But you don't forget your heritage. But you don't bring the heritage and say the laws of the land I grew up in, I'm going to apply it here and nobody can stop me.
That's a great example. So I'm going to go to Russia. I'm going to immigrate to Russia. And when I get to Russia, I'm going to get them to start changing all the laws to make them like Canada. Start doing everything that, a lot of people flee their country and come to the United States. And then they want to bring their country with them when they get here. Right? That's what you're saying, Sarkis, and you don't want them. We can't be doing that. We have left our country and become ambassadors to the kingdom of Jehovah. And I don't care what nationality you are, you know, the only one you can belong to and the only one you should be is Canadian.
We're moving to a new nation and we have to assimilate that new nation.
Okay,
And in
that's
this
just one,
case,
all that's just like that, right?
Jehovah's nation.
Yes, Jehovah's name, not Canada. Nobody, my jokes just go all the time. Nobody, yeah, we're supposed to be ambassadors to Jehovah's kingdom. So again, some of the things that we're going to get all up in arms over don't matter.
So
Okay, go ahead.
one more thing, Joe. We have a crisis in our movement in a messianic, or back to Hebrew or Hebraic movement, whatever you want to call it, go back to Torah. Our identity is mixed. We can never sit down and identify ourselves as Jehovah's children, as unique, yet we are one, because we keep his commands. And the issue becomes here is everybody comes in and has a different understanding of Torah and his commands. And that's
which is the point I was trying to get across through Nehemiah's video. We mix everything. We mix everything. And we need to stop. We need to get back to the pure Torah. You know, one of the reasons that we're fighting, you know, is that we are fighting over things that we can't go to Torah and say, there it is, black and white, done deal, right? Yeah, we got to focus on Torah. And I'll just leave it like that. Sorry, are you done, Sarkis?
No, one more thing. I think the division concerning what's going on today, whether vaccinate or not vaccinate, there's a lot of misunderstanding what's all about. And I don't get involved in the fighting about that. You know, I tell people, just like you said, you want a vaccine, it's fine, it's your business. If you don't want to, it's my business, whatever. But the key here is to understand the times. If we understand the times, we are in the times of Noah, where there's bullying and tyranny. It's increasing. And if we don't recognize it, the timeline to the end times is right where the cups. But here's the issue. We Americans think that timeline is about us, like you said earlier. But in reality, everybody's suffering outside the United States. You go every nation in the world, the believers are suffering. They're being persecuted, they're being killed. And here we're not experiencing that, so we think, oh, it's, you know, nothing happening to us, that we're okay. But in reality, our brethren are hurting big time. And we are blind to what's going on. And we do need repentance, Teshuvah, and many of us are not. And that's been my objective, is to encourage people to Teshuvah, turn back and recognize that our brothers and sisters are suffering, and we are still enjoying freedom here to even talk, to assemble, and to preach salvation, and encourage people to keep Torah. And other nations don't have that, and it's coming here. And unless we repent, it's not going to happen. People are not going to recognize that when the Messiah comes, it'll be too late. Just like in the days when John the Baptist was revealed during Zechariah time that he is going to be forerunner and coming, people are still forgetting that only a handful of people recognized who Yeshua was when he was born. Only 2 people at the temple greeted him. You know, Simeon and Hannah. And the question is, how many of us will greet when he comes? And that's what I tell people. Not many people, because we're not keeping his timeline. We're not looking at the complete Torah, including Jubilee. And Jubilee is a big player in our calendar, whether we like it or not. So here's what I did, Joe.
Should I say I told you so? Should I say I told you so?
Yes, you did tell me so. But here's what I say. You know, a lot of people don't want to hear about timeline. So I said, okay, let's look at the word weeks. It's the Feast of Weeks. It's talking about Pentecost. What if it's in days? Then multiply 70 times 50 days. Oh, it's impossible. If it's in years, 70 times 50 years. Just for the sake of, make it easy for them. 49 is too hard for them to take it. And I said, just do 50 years. What happens? Oh, it cannot be. I said, what if it is? And the last week is 50 years. We're in the middle of 50 years. What are you going to do? And people like panic. They don't know what to do with their theology. Just throwing that bomb shot that the weeks isn't in Jubilee. And that's what I did this week. And it caught some people, got their attention, and they start asking questions, and we went through it and explained about it. And I gave one of your books away, Remember Sabbaticals 2016, and there were people appreciative, but I don't give it unless people are they're interested. And my point here is they don't want to hear, they don't want to learn, and they're not willing to study Torah. They are going by what they've been taught, and they'll stick to it, and they'll die for their doctrines. And my point is, I changed your 7 years to 50. What are you going to do about it? And they say, prove it. I said, let's do. So I went through the steps, going through Daniel 9, and here's what happened. Half the people were very interested. They were excited. The other half were fighting tooth and nail for it, against it, and created division. And boy, did I start a fireworks. My point here is we have people who are ready to receive the message, but other people are putting peer pressure not to hear it.
And Sarkis, that's the same thing I was saying or trying to say. Maybe I didn't say it, but ever since I've been putting out this message, it's been blocked or countered by all these other things, or it gets drowned out by all these other things.
The first thing you got to do, and I'll be quick because Michelle's been waiting a while.
Yeah.
Is they need to accept the Sabbath day, the Saturday, seventh day Sabbath. Once you start there, you can say, okay, if you keep it any other day, then it's invalid. So that's a time setting, is it not? It's the seventh day, every seventh day. Then you can move from there to the feast and so on to the sabbatical. But if they don't start with the Sabbath, you're not going to convince anything, because they're so indoctrinated into no man knows a day and hour that it doesn't matter. That's where I see it.
Yep, you're right. And again, they got to be willing to learn. They got to be willing to listen. And then once they've listened and it never heard that before, they got to be willing to go check it out. Michelle. Oh, sorry, Sarkis.
well, I'm sorry. Let Michelle go first.
Okay, Michelle, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm
now,
going back.
Let's not let her go now. Let's stop interrupting.
Okay, I'm going back to the first original question of how do we reach the people that are of their cultures, the way Sarkis had said. We're all different. We all come from different backgrounds. Now, I was born Catholic, and I'm just going to share my Catholic journey with you now, just to see the steps that may work for others. Now, I was working at a 24-hour fitness, and I was in Dallas, Texas, and they were Bible thumpers. And my boss was a Bible thumper. And when I told him I was Catholic, he came in and he said to me, do you pray to Jesus? I said, yes. He said, well, when you're in the Catholic Church, do you pray to a cross? And I said, well, no. I mean, he said, well, do you kneel in front of like a dead Jesus on a cross? And I said, well, yeah. He said, well, then you're praying to idols. I said, no, I'm not. I said, it's just a representative of Jesus. He said, no, it's not. Look here in the Bible. And he took me to the place in the Bible where he's like, and you know, Catholics have statues everywhere. You know, they kiss the toe of Peter and all that. And, you know, you're bowing before idols. And so he showed me the scripture and I was so angry. I'm like, how come nobody ever told me I was doing this? I had no idea I was doing anything wrong. So that was number one. Then number two, someone pointed out in history that the Caesars became the popes. And why does Christmas have red and green as their symbolism? If Jesus is from Jerusalem, why do we take Italy's flag colors and make it all about Jesus's birth? I'm like, wow, red and green, Italy, popes, Caesars, conquering countries and Romans. I mean, this has nothing to do with Jerusalem, Jesus, Israel. And that was the beginning of my eye-opening. And then after that, reading Samuel Bakioki's book, From Sabbath to Sunday, who was a Catholic, who did his dissertation on changing, changing Saturday to Sunday. And he proved that the Pope said that the Protestant churches were still under the Vatican because it was their authority to change Sabbath to Sunday. So bam, 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 all these things, and it just spiraled from there. But it came down to worshiping idols that I didn't know, and the Christmas and Easter colors are Italy's flag. I mean, that just blew my mind. And that's where I came out of Catholicism, just to give somebody an idea.
But in all of that, Michelle, Jehovah was calling you. He's called every individual here, and he's calling everyone at it as an individual. And that's such an amazing thing to even think about. But he's calling each person, and that person, whatever it is, whatever the trigger is going to respond and come closer. And all you can do is plant seed. Whoever told you about the red and green, you know, you're not following them now. They just told you about that, and that, what? It was Jehovah's got you ready for that information. So we have got to be able to present that information at whatever stage these people are at, and not try to win their soul. All you got to do is get them to start to read the Bible, or start to look a little bit deeper than just going to church on Sunday. And once, you know, it's like pushing that snowball, or that, you know, snowball off the hill. Once it starts to go, it'll gather speed. You know, you mentioned Samuel Bakioki. When I was asking about the Jubilee years, and nobody had an answer, one of the elders at the United Church of God had Samuel Bakioki's holiday books, the 2 books, and he gave them to me to read. I said, I already know about the holy days. What do I need this for? Well, you ask him about the Jubilee. And there really wasn't anything in about the Jubilee. But the timing of those 2 books, along with the minister in Kelowna, BC, talking about the 8th day, connecting the dots on the 8th day blew me away. When I read Bakioki's book at around the same time, blew me away. To connect the 8th day to Shavuot was a wow. And that was in 2003. And that led me to 2005, to be ready in 2005 when the Jubilee cycles came. And Jehovah was working my field to get me ready. And that's what he does with all of us. So, you know, it's a book, it's a one teaching, it's a few words, it's a hug. Yeah, who knows what it is, but it's something. But we got to be looking for the opportunities to do that. Sarkis.
That was good, what Michelle said. I want to second it in a different way. That's what I was, and that is among the Hebraic movement or Messianic movement.
Sarkis, can you do something with your mic? You're getting garbled.
All right, hold on. Let me change here. How about now?
Perfect.
Okay. The problem we have today is the Messianic movement or the Hebraic movement or the Torah movement is they're not taking the whole Torah complete. They are willing to separate it and ignore some passages, some of the commands, not intentionally, but because of the baggage we bring in. And so when we talk about Jubilee or sabbatical years, they don't understand. And the only thing they understand is sabbatical year and partially, not complete. And as a result, when we talk about timeline, they're not willing to accept it. So I have tried many methods, and one of them I use mathematical method, and some people who who are engineers who love numbers, they get it. When I talk about 6 millenniums and all line up at the end of the 6th millennium is the end of a man ruling and the new kingdom coming in 7th millennium. Then I showed them 120 jubilees, and then I showed them the 50th jubilee at Mount Sinai. I mean the crossing of the Red Sea, the Exodus and the Red Sea, and saying, okay, if you have 120 minus 50, what is it? 70. Now we're looking for the 70, and then I go and say, okay, the only place we see 70 and it's related to calendar, it's in Daniel, 70 weeks, and it fits in just perfectly. And then to solidify even further, say, let's look at 77 jubilees from Exodus. Is King David as the anointed king, anointed prince. I know we have a few years difference there, but my point is,
you know what, Sarkis, you've just taken a 40-hour teaching and combined it down into about 30, maybe a minute.
Yeah, that's what I do, and people will just back up.
I hate you.
No, you love me. and the point here is, Yehovah he gives us all clues, everything. When we look for treasures, it's right there. And I'll do a teaching if you want next weekend and show you how I do it, the mathematical part. And I've used a lot of the information from your books.
What, are you going to take 2 minutes to do this now or what? We got 4 hours to use up here. How are you going to do that? I'm being smart. Did we lose him? Did he run away? What happened? Where'd you go, sir?
But I studied on my own. And I'm sorry. Mike, looks like I have an internet problem. My point here is we could do it in 10, 15 minutes and the discussion will lead for many hours, because what it is, I look at our walk as like a two-faced coin. One coin is we walking with Yehovah, and the other side of the coin, or the one face is walking, the other face is evangelism. We have to be able, as we walk, evangelize. And what I mean by evangelize is
we've lost you again.
I'd love to hear the condensed version. Then we can evangelize Joe's message in 15 minutes.
educating people so that they.
Sarkis, you
could do it in 3 minutes.
You're cutting in and out, so we didn't get half of what you said, so I'm sorry. But if you...
I see a teaching from Sarkis.
That's what I'm going to ask. Are we doing it? You doing a sermonette next weekend? Oh yeah, now his mic's not working.
I would say that you can invite people at your home. That's what we are doing in our house group. That's the best way to speak about texts on the Bible. And the Bible has always 100% of power.
Yes.
So inviting people, eating with them, explaining them on your home, that's what Jesus did. Just very simple.
Yes.
Okay, Sarkis, we still can't hear you all the time, so I'm sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for joining us today. You can subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can subscribe to the weekly newsletter at setofmoon.com. You can learn about the things we're doing. I want to encourage you all to finish watching the teaching Nehemiah did, which is on this week's newsletter. Watch it in its entirety. If you heard part of it today, watch it again. It's that good. It's that important. And read this week's newsletter, because this week's newsletter about the destruction of the Egypt gods, I think is pretty profound. And I'm not trying to blow my own horn, but I think it's a pretty stunning teaching this week. So I'll do that. Sarkis, did you want to say something else before we sign off here?
What I was saying is sharing that kind of information is not that difficult if we grab the attention of people for just using in numbers like I shared. It grabs their attention. Now I can go more details. The key is to be able to test the ground, the waters, and say, here's a pearl, and I have a string attached to it. If they take a bite, now I have a conversation. If they don't take a bite, I pull it back, because
we've lost them. Okay, Sarkis, sorry, we've lost you again.
They'll attack me otherwise. They'll.
We've lost you, Sarkis. You're coming in and out. We're going to wrap this up today. So just so if you're new here, we can continue talking for a number of hours afterwards. Randy keeps the room open till late, and our appreciation for Randy for doing that, because for me, I'm ready to go to bed now. You guys wear me out sometimes, but I want to thank you all for listening today and taking part, and we hope to see you again next week. Somber's got her hand up. I'm never getting out of here.
I just want to do the closing of the Torah prayer service. That's all.
Oh, I thought Stuart was. So you are?
Well, then we should do it together, hon.
Oh, I'm ready for the closing prayer. Whoever's doing that, Somber or Stuart, please go ahead.
I had Wilson for it, but are you closing the Torah?
Oh, that Wilson. I'm.
Yes, sir.
My bad. Sombra, what were you saying again? Because I was just in another spot. You're muted.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm trying to get up the Torah service, but I can't figure out where it is.
The Torah service? What are you talking about?
Here, this. Can you see that?
It's a blank screen.
Okay. Then never mind. I would just, well, then let me just read it or sing it out to you. V'zot haTorah asher sam Moshe lifnei bnei Israel al pi Adonai beyad Moshe. This is the Torah that Moses placed before the children of Israel upon the command of Yehovah through Moses' hand. A time he lama kazikim ba v'zot te'ochera. Sorry, that was wrong. Meushar derachea darchei noam the kol v'tivoteya meushar. This is the tree of life for those who grasp it. Its supporters are praiseworthy Its ways are ways of happiness, and all its ways are peace.
Okay. Thank you. Wilson. Have I got the right Wilson? My bad. I apologize. Wilson, would you do us the honor and close this out with prayer today?
Yes, thank you, brother. Father Yehovah, we bless your holy, set apart name. And I ask that you would have mercy upon each one of us as we struggle with you, we struggle with each other to come to your truth, not our truth, but yours. And that you would cause unity in the brethren and there to be mercy for each other. And that you would bless us in this coming week. And we thank you. In the name of Yeshua HaMashiach. Amen.
Amen. And I shouldn't add any more. That was perfect. But we all are struggling and striving in our different paths. And I caught part of it during the video that Brad's wife died this past week from COVID. And I don't know if Brad's still here, but I want you to keep him and his family in your prayers. All of us. There's things going on that we don't show when we show up here. We just keep it to ourselves. Keep us all in prayers. Okay? Shabbat shalom, everyone.
I